All right, guys, I think we are back. Can you just need I'm pretty sure I'm okay in the main room. I just want to check in our YouTube room. I think we're back. TRD, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me in YouTube? Okay, good. All right. Yeah, the Microsoft update last night kind of screwed up my sound settings. So, all right, where am I now? We're at 9:24. Usually I go over the upgrades and downgrades. I don't think I have time for that right now. So let's just take a look to see what is happening with the market right now before we open. We're going to have a very positive open. Probably most of the sectors are up. All right, so here's a glimpse. Look at this. Look at tech. Wow, tech. 95% of them up. So what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs for the major sectors. So for instance, XLK, the technology ETF, these are the stocks that make it up. And 95% led by ENPH, 95% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that number refers to. For financials, 92%, on and on and on. So there's not really a weak sector right now. So now this can change, of course, once this market opens. Look at it an hour from now, this could be completely different. But right now, we're in for a nice, big, robust open. Maybe I can quickly go and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from the analysts this morning. What time is it? Yeah, I think I have time. XPEV, LI, and probably NEO are all moving higher. The China EV plays, of course. That's why I needed my sound back. Okay, not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades. I'll get some of them in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I've got the downgrades in now. Not very many downgrades. Boy, this XPEV is ripping here, guys. Couple of downgrades for Argo. I wonder if Argo and Big. I wonder if Big is an earnings play. I didn't see it. Might be an earnings play. JP Morgan downgraded Big. Take a look to see if it's an earnings play. And the answer is no. So they, for whatever reason, they've downgraded it. JP Morgan price target cut to $31 from $54 by JP Morgan. So I guess I must have had a price target of 54 at one point, cutting it down to 31. It's at 37 right now. So that is big, guys. That could, well, it's big, and it could be big. All right, can this CF, can it take out, DCFC, can it take out 13? Still have a little bit left. Kind of have an alert set at the high, the pre-market high. That's a big gap for XPAV. Tesla rival XPeng says investor reach to increase in China as its stock gets included in Stock Connect program. Okay. Thank you, William. All right, guys, we're going to have a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. So that's the reason for this one. I wonder if these ones have been added also. LI, probably. I don't see why not. And NIO. Yeah, so it looks like they've all been added to this Stock Connect program. There we go. 1307, 1314. Boy, oh boy. This is again, I haven't taken a pre-market trade in a while. Time is it right now? We have 5 seconds for the open. Look at this thing ripping, guys. All right, we are now open. Oh, man. My races run pre-market, Zeno. You may be because you have the relative volume filter, but my races are running in the pre-market. I can't speak after hours because I don't really watch them after hours, but definitely they work in the pre-market. Okay, now I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I kind of let things, excuse me, settle down a little bit. Yeah, well, the Alpha Predator channel may have a relative volume filter. You have to look at it. Okay, right click. If you right click on it and configure, and probably has a relative volume filter, you know, in it. And if it does, nothing's going to happen in the pre-market. But my top list window, it was running, definitely runs in the pre-market. So, and okay, guys, CFVI. Well, compose what you want, what your ideas are, and send off to info@trade-ideas.com, okay? Coming from our customers, more powerful than coming from me. Okay, guys. Now, remember Lyft yesterday was lifting on earnings. Actually, had earnings after hours yesterday. Is that right? Yeah, had earnings after hours yesterday. Look at Lyft on the way down here. Okay, so it looks like, I don't understand this one. 2.4 million, 1265, Aaron. Okay, this is one that came, we didn't, I don't think IB had recognized the symbol. Anyway, Aaron, looks like it opened somehow. It looks very strange though. All right, guys, so NIO, LI, and XPAV, the three big China EVs are all firing this morning on that news. And the market, as we speak, the Dow is up, SPY is up, NAS is up, everything's up. Now we've got Lucid also, so the EVs, LCID, this is not China of course, but LCID, AMC, Sophie, a lot of early movers. Interesting, CFVI is actually taking a bit of a header, while DWAC, DWAC, is on the move. But CFVI is not. At least it was. Look at, in fact, it's really, really selling off. CFVI, for some reason. And Peloton, PTON. Again, it's all early. I don't trade in the first 15 typically. Things are just, to me, they're just a little too frantic. AMC though, AMC, wow, look at GME. My goodness, GME even hit 120. These memers will not die. This is an earnings play. This is a Brazilian company, BBD. A lot of big float. Probably not going to have that much more action. FLNC, guys. FLNC earnings today after the market close. Really? Okay. So FLNC in advance of earnings, I guess, unless they, no, actually they did have some news, okay? I was going to say maybe they released early, but they do have some news, signs a 1.1 gigawatt energy market optimization agreement with AES. So there is some news for FLNC. FLNC, there is some news. So I noticed there were a couple of energy uranium plays this morning also. CCJ, UEC, probably triple U, or is it quadruple U? Or yeah, quadruple U. So the uranium plays are on fire also. And I think the uranium ETF is URA. So if you wanted to participate in this move in uranium, there's the ETF. Boy, these China EVs have just ripped this morning. Wow, look at GME. Oh man, it's incredible. Look at GME, 122 now. Look at the volume that has come in. All right, guys, totally out of the DCFC. Excellent early trade for me. That was pre-market trade. And Facebook, guys, Facebook coming back. Kind of what did I get down to 217 or so yesterday? 215. So Facebook is trying to come back, FB. Oh, NIO, XPEV and LI as we start the day. Just rippage. And again, uranium. Now, Canopy had earnings, but I just don't. I mean, CGC had earnings. I tend to just disregard any of these marijuana plays. Wow, XPEV, NIO, live to start the day anyway. Even Snap. Snap, after their financing announcement yesterday, shrugged it off, basically. And BKKT, big volume came in, low float, fairly low float. Big volume has come in. Was the high of a couple of days ago, was 621. So a rip snorting open, guys. We're just, everything is moving higher so far. And the cruisers, NCLH, the cruisers, at least this cruiser, NCLH, probably CCL and RCL are following suit, but NCLH. Wow, look at it. This is just ripping here. I mean, my breaking up on volume is just, so many stocks are making new highs. FCX, Freeport, another big float, but boy, does it ever move. FCX. Does it have, I can't remember. I don't think they had shorts yesterday. No, no shorts, IB, no. Well, you have to, they could try to find them for you, but if that happens, I just don't even try. If that's the note, I don't even try. Yeah, look at the free rate 14. Yeah, I don't even try. Now, I was going to suggest we watch NLOC after yesterday, but NLOC is kind of giving it up a bit now, a little bit, down 56 cents. NLOC had a tremendous day yesterday, almost all day, almost closed near the high. NLOC, NLOK. Wow, CC, I mean, the uranium plays are going crazy. This is the big one, CCJ. All right, Avaya. Avaya is an earnings play, and it is moving down here. AVYA, an earnings play. AVYA. Boy, a lot of action. Okay, underneath 15. AVYA, guys, that came from the 10-day daily breakdown also in the basic new highs and lows at 1512 and at 1530 from the 10-day daily breakdown. Look at it go. Yes. This is from the 10-day daily breakdown, guys. 1530 there and 1512 here. Beauty to start. Yes, a beauty to start. Those are the ones. Craig, are you in the room? Those are the ones we wait for. Not an all-time low, but classic earnings play getting thumped. You mean from Zach? I have a delay on that, so if it's a bounce play from Zach scan, you mean bounce the bouncers? I have a delay on that for about 20 minutes, I think. I don't know. I know he took off yesterday early. I don't know. For me, the key was breaking underneath that 15. Got to trade it though, right? You've got to trade these. You can't expect that they're just going to keep moving down all day or moving up all day. All right, this is a gap up and reverse, guys. So solar was strong. Remember SPWR? Let's see if SPWR is doing the same thing. Yes, so SPWR is doing the same thing. This was sort of a sympathy play with ENPH. That's why, according to what I was reading anyway. But now they're starting to drop. Okay, now here's another one, guys. The Container Store, TCS, another earnings play. Okay, let's see if this one has the legs to move down. Underneath that whole number, TCS, another one from the 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, both of these have now really reversed. Look at SPWR and CSIQ. These are both gap up and reversals. This is from this gap continuation or reverse scan that I've got, which of course I'm sharing. Teva, I believe, is an earnings play, guys. TEVA really didn't do much in the pre-market, you know, but all of a sudden, well, now the market's open, and boom, look at Teva. Okay, well, it's interesting. CFVI was moving down before DWAC was moving down, but now look, DWAC is really caught up on the way down. Remember, DWAC was doing this while CFVI was doing that, but now it's caught up to it. You know, guys, this I'm not in it anymore, but this DCFC may not be dead. DCFC, looks like it's trying to hold 13 here. If it gets 1325 or so, just takes out the high of this well, right up here, this candle here, the current candle, 1327. That could get it rolling again. Just have to wait and see. Now, so far the TCS is not working out. I'm I have to figure out what I want to do with this right now. See if it has a further. Yeah, somebody was mentioning KEVL. Another low float situation, 11 million in the float. I'm going to try to have some patience with this TCS to see if it really wants to give it up. Home builders, look at this one. Homebuilder ETF nail. Oh. Yeah, look at Avaya here, and the next low looking left on the monthly chart is about 1274, so does have some room still. Whoa, this is a big gap up and reverse. I wish I'd seen this a little bit earlier. Perry, P-E-R-I. This is an earnings play. Talked about it a little bit in the pre-market. There's a gap up and reverse. Yeah, man, and the AVYI, I still have AVYA, sorry. I have some left. This now showed up in the gap down and go. So this is really, really weakening. Come on, TCS, do the same thing or something like it. Okay, there is DCFC. Tried to get over that 1330 mark. It may not be over. Big float too. I mean, that was the amazing thing for me yesterday. Huge, very big float. 149 million in the float. And here she is. Okay. Okay, so DCFC rejected again at 13. Just set your alert and see if it takes it out later on. I mean, it's all-time high, so nothing's stopping it. So Tiva's got a lot in the float, 1.1 billion in the float, and the problem I see with it, that float, number one. Number two, there's the 200-day is at 940. I mean, that, you know, I mean, if you took it at 910 and I got to 940, that'd be okay, but looks like there's a little bit too much resistance in this area too. So we've got little areas, pockets of resistance, perhaps. Perhaps. All right, guys, knocked out of the TCS. A little loss on that one. I'll look at it later. All right, just checking some of my thumbnail charts. Keep an eye on the MNDT. Of course, big rumor about Microsoft buying them, but it's also an earnings play. Okay, so it is an earnings play. So keep an eye on this one, MNDT. It's a big float, 219 million in the float. Yeah, BKKT is still. Let's see, so it is above the high of 2 days ago. All right, I'm out of AVYA also. I was hoping it would have maybe crashed through 14, but it didn't do that. So I'm actually seeing some bounces now in these 10-day daily breakdowns. All right, guys, I'm just watching DCFC, see if it takes out 13 again. All right, finally. My alerts have slowed down a little bit. It was a fast half hour. Boy, Perry continues down in this gap up and reversal scan. Unfortunately, I didn't see it in time. The first alert was at 22:49, 9:47. Take a look at the uranium URA. Take a look at the ETF. Yeah, pullback, pop. Is this pre-market? Yeah, that was the pre-market. So there's the market open for the ETF for the uranium sector. Well, this MNDT, I guess we have to put an alert somewhere around here, around 1850 or so, see if it takes it out. Of course, this is the Microsoft rumor as well as an earnings play. All right, guys, I am now, what is this Tiva doing? With that big float, it's just, we're going to be really tough to keep it moving with that big float of a billion plus that 208 moving average. Sitting up here and this, all this over here also, I just have the feeling that this could actually turn into an interesting short because just because of the what I consider some pretty stern resistance. Guys, that MNDT is just just making a little bit of a move here. A little bit of a move here, MNDT. All right, looks like DCFC maybe has run its course, at least for the time being. I still have my alert set, but it just looks like it's starting to fade a bit here. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, keep an eye on this MNDT. I mean, if the rumor keeps popping here, MNDT. Ah, I missed it. Did I miss it? Did I miss it? Ah, I missed it. MNDT. I was trying to get it at 58. I mean, it's not that far away, but let's see what it does. And there's CCJ. Again, this is what I consider anyway, the leader of the pack for uranium. Save is still strong. That merger, well, of course, we don't know, no idea whether that merger is ever going to take place, but Save had earnings, nice pop on earnings, and then the merger with buyout with Frontier through the 200-day moving average now. So KPTI, yeah, that was an earnings play yesterday, and got hit pretty hard, but trying to come back today. KPTI. minute, guys. I'm just having to arrange something on my other monitor. Okay, Cody, what's going on here with that 5-minute chart? Cody, here we go. Cody was an earnings play yesterday, COTY. Wow, this is a big gap down in reverse, guys. HCSG, a big gap down and reverse. What do we have here? 1792, so it has some room. A little late on it now. The alert at 1717. Okay, guys, Cameco continues its little run here. It's a big float, 400 million in the float. Excuse me, in the float. The next high, though, is fast approaching, 2258. When you look at the daily chart, that's what that red line is. It's telling you where the next high is on the daily chart. I have to stay away from Peloton, guys. To me, it's just too erratic. You know, it's gone up and down. Lots of course, rumors about Peloton, etc. So I'm just going to have to stay away from it. Oh, SMG? Okay, yeah, I didn't see that question. Yeah, take it off topic, okay? Everything stocks only is literally just stocks only. So off topic. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Idea surfing is this. So if it's just a toggle on and off, okay? Right now I have it on. So what it does is it'll look, if you have some top lists, it'll take a look at the top 3 of your top lists. Sorry, the top 3 symbols in each top list. It'll load the chart one by one, okay? And once it's finished with the top 3, and this is as you have them sorted. You might say, well, what constitutes the top 3? Well, it's how you have your top list sorted. So once it finishes with one top list, it goes to the next, and then the next, and the next. And if you have a price alerts window open, it'll also go to your price alerts. If you have our AI, it'll go to the AI and basically just keep cycling through the charts over and over and over again, or cycling through those lists over and over again until you tell it to stop. And right now it's on a reb from the pro gaps down, okay? So it's on a reb. If I want to take a look at a reb a little longer, because I think in mine, I think the cycle lasts about, I don't know, 8 seconds, 6 seconds, something like that, before it loads the next chart. But if I want to take a look at the chart for a longer period of time and then maybe trade, then I just have to go to the chart, and you notice, if you can see up here, see how it says surfing, and now when I go to the chart it says paused, okay? So that's basically it. And how you stop it completely, obviously this is just a toggle on and off, or if you click on an alert, it will stop it also, okay? So it's an interesting way to have charts load automatically, kind of sit back and see what happens. You know, you might, it's kind of maybe in a slow period of the day, you might just want to have the system load charts for you, and all of a sudden you see one, you go, yeah, I'd like to trade that one, okay? So that's what surfing is. Here's another earnings play, guys. Fox A, another earnings play. Big float. Big break here for Fox A. Okay, so SMG, please listen. Take all that into off topic, okay? This where you're posting that information is in for stocks only, okay? So take that to off topic. Well, I don't know how to help you. I mean, if you click on this and if it says idea surfing is paused and yet it is still loading charts, then I have no idea. You're going to have to go to our tech support. Okay? Not the tech support tab you see in the room. You have to go to sort of our official tech support. So let me know if that's happening. Well, I'm glad I didn't get the MNDT. Chemical guys, CCJ still strong. So that is one thing you can do, but it seems strange to me that if you toggle it, so you can try this also. If it says pause, it's hard for me to understand why it would continue to surf, or if it just automatically goes there. So another, as Pepe is saying, you can also go tools, firmware toolbar, click on tools, options, and then where it says enable idea surfing, uncheck it and save. Okay, and make sure then when you close trade ideas, make sure you save your work because it has to remember you made that save. Definitely getting some reversals in solar, guys. Here's another one. Run was up pre-market along with SPWR and CSIQ, and now this is reversing. Okay, I'm just gonna, guys. I don't want to be heavy-handed about this, but I mean, if you post in here stocks only and it's just not stocks related, I'm going to just delete the post, okay? Okay, guys, DCFC may be doing it again. In fact, I think I just had an alert here. DCFC just got an alert. Did it hold? Yeah. Son of a, fill in the blanks, guys. Oh my goodness. It just got halted. I think it got halted. Yeah, got halted. Now, this is a development version I'm on. You notice it now says halt. Ooh. Now, this is, hopefully that's, I think this is a development version and it now says when it's halted. I just blasted. I just missed it. I just missed it. I had my alert here at 13:20. Was all set to buy and it just exploded on me. Yeah, but I would love to have it at that 13:30 and be in a halt at 14:20. I don't think I could lose. Yeah, it just went too fast. Yeah, you know, you're right. The warrants keep trading, don't they? It's a bit of a hassle for some reason. I remember where's that gentleman that used to be in the room to talk to us about warrants a little while ago. You haven't seen him for a while. Oh man, where's this going to open? So here's the halt, guys. So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Sure, 1420, 5970. Of course, that's crazy. But even here, maybe a glimpse at what might happen. I mean, obviously it's not going to be 5970, but I have to see what happens once this opens. Let's see, it'll be 1020 plus 6 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. Yeah, I mean, Tiva's inching up. Again, if you took this one, just be, obviously be aware there's a 200-day, 942, but it is inching up, and it is an earnings play. All right, guys, just want to pop this link in here, just talk a little bit about our test drive that's coming up on Monday. So if you want to try out our software, now's the time. Can't answer that, Peter. I don't look at level 2, but that's just me. There are some in the room that do, but all right. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. So test drive starts on Monday. Now here's what's happening at approximately 4:20. So first of all, if you sign up for it, it'll cost you $11.11. Okay. And you'll have access to our premium service, 14th to the 28th inclusive. That is 10 trading days. 10 trading days. One of those days in there is President's Day, so the market's closed. But you'll get 10 trading days, all right? You sign up right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You're not getting any live data until the 14th, okay? So don't harass our support people. Say, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? Well, you got to read, all right? 14th is when the live data starts. However, at about 20 minutes after the market closes on Friday, you'll actually have access to the program. And Chris will be in our YouTube room. He'll be there from 3:30 and for as long as it takes, okay? He'll answer questions about, especially for those of you who are in the test drive, wondering how to start, how to set up, the whole bit. He's also going to be there Saturday morning. This is Eastern time, I think 8 o'clock, and I think also on Sunday. So a lot of support from Chris over the weekend for you test drivers, all right? Now, if you have gosh, I'm sick. I am absolutely, well, I shouldn't be sick. But 1313 was my, or 1320 or so, and I just missed it. 1544 now for DCFC. Well, you heard me talking about it, so maybe some of you got a little luckier than I did and was able to take it just before that halt. So a word about the test drive. When the test drive is over, it's over. Don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, okay? This is also open to our standard subscribers. If you want to try out our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so. And again, the same thing. When it's over, it's over. You'll go back to standard, unless you tell us you want to keep you in our premium service, okay? And we only do this 3 or 4 times a year, so again, if you can afford $11.11, and that's for you. Oh, I mean, the amazing thing, guys, is the float. 149 million in the float, and I mean, it had the huge move yesterday, and it's having probably about as an equal a move percentage-wise today. And this is all to do with a meeting at the White House, I guess, yesterday. It does trade like a low floater. You're right, but I don't know what to say. I mean, it is just crazy. And it's not even well, according to this is an Australian stock. Now, maybe they incorporated in, I don't know. I can't speak to that, but it appears to be an Australian stock. No options, doesn't trade options either. You can see right there, it doesn't trade options. So you can't, if you wanted to short this and buy some puts or something like that, you can't do it. All right, guys, next is my homepage. I put my homepage link in. All right, on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. So click on my link, and this is what you'll find. Navaya just making another new low here. I'm not in it anymore, but AVYA. So you want to take out a subscription right now. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. This is what you're going to see. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the big one, premium, $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus that 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a little bit. These are the 3 alerts so far from the AI. You can see 2 of them are working well. 1 got stopped out. Okay, but that is what the AI looks like. I'll go over it in a little more detail later. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month? That's fine. Standard, premium, $118, $228, less the 15%. That discount's only good for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you're going to pay going forward. You can always, if you want to upgrade from monthly to annual, we'll always honor that 15% promo, okay? 3 free sections on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day, I wonder what it's going to be today. Stock of the day video at noon every day. These all times Eastern, of course. And then education. Big education section. We've got a great user guide. It is searchable. If you're new and you're going to take this test drive, the first thing I would do is take a look at the Introductory Lessons. Goes over all the basic features of trade ideas. Daily support sessions. So you heard me talk about a YouTube room. I take a break at noon between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And I will put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. And also Chris is there. Chris Varley from Trade Ideas is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. And of course, we've got extended hours in our YouTube room to help support the test drivers. Okay. And what else do we have here? Daily webinars. So we'll have one tomorrow, and then we'll be on hiatus for about 2 weeks during the test drive. You can sign up for them all, though, right here. You get notified when they are. And back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. If you're brand new to trading, a great place to start. It literally starts off with, well, literally, what is a stock? Okay? So lots of, and all free. Everything's free, except you want my scans? Obviously, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. So these are the scans that I am sharing right here. Really liking this gap continuation or reverse scan now. Okay? But you can pick and choose. You can kind of take a look at them. And you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might be interested in. So, a lot of information in these two sections. Save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. Why do we have stops? Look at the TCS. I could have got a little stubborn here, you know. I took this short just underneath 8. It came from my the 10-day daily breakdown. It was also here. It's an earnings play. I thought, okay, you know, I mean, it got beaten up, kind of like the Avaya, and which is moving down further. But you know, it just didn't work. And so it took about a 5-cent loss instead of a 30 or 40 or 50. Who knows where this is going down? Loss. Got to have a stop, guys. Got to have a price. You know, all trades don't work. Got to have a place you're getting out of the trade if it's not working. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock markets. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. Now, I showed you that I'm sharing my scans, but of course, if you want to build your own scans, no problem. Good news, don't have to learn a programming language to use our program. If I right-click, configure, and then click on search, these are all of the alerts that we have. And I'm going to scroll down, and these are the filters that we have. Now, don't get hung up on the fact that we have so many alerts and filters. You don't have to learn them all. I think it's one of the big questions we get. Well, how am I going to learn all this? You don't have to. Why we have so many, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. We feel we have enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So don't get hung up and think, wow, it's too complicated for me. I can't learn them all. You don't have to. Now, we are also sharing a lot of scans up here. You click on, from our toolbar, if you click on New, and then the Dock Channel bar, all these channels, they're all theme related. So here's a momentum channel as an example. And you can see right here, lift and IFBD, etc. Yeah, so I think the ones in the Market Explorer, that's the entire list of them. Okay. The TI Strength is just the 5 for this week. So if you like this scan, as an example, if you like this scan, you thought, wow, this could be interesting, and you wanted to make it part of your layout, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. You can make changes, you know, if you looked at this, right-click, configure. And I'm going over this really quickly. I'm not trying to teach you right now how to use Trade Ideas. I'm just kind of showing you, you know, the basics. And if you click on the summary, you'll see exactly what the scan is looking for. But if you didn't like that price range, you know, you could always make a change. You know, if you wanted it between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50, go ahead. Make other changes, go ahead. And then you save it, say okay, okay, and now if you wanted, if you wanted to make that change, now you could save it to the cloud. Now, a word about making the changes in the channel bar. If I leave this channel and then come back, that change is not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everybody, okay? So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily reflect what everybody else wants. So, but the idea really is to go through the channels and extract the scans that you might be interested in. And then you can bring them back one at a time and then create a layout of a bunch of scans that we have created for you. So you don't even have to, if you don't want to create your own scans from scratch, well, I say we've got a lot for you. Boy, this DCFC is still strong. Yeah, so again, Del Boca, all those things in the TI Strength and the Market Explorer, that is, I don't know if it's every single stock that ever made the TI Strength, but that is basically what it is. You know, you're looking at a lot of the stocks from the past. Well, Pinterest taking it on the chin a little bit here, guys, as the market is moving higher and Pinterest is moving down, PINS. Cameco continues, guys. I've been mentioning this one. I'm never ever going to tell anybody to take a trade if it makes sense to you. If you hear me talking about something, and I talk about where the potential resistance is and all that. We've been talking about uranium right from the get-go, okay? And this is sort of the major uranium player. ADGI, I know, I'm sorry, I saw you guys were talking about that one. Oh, ADGI. Is that an earnings play? It is not an earnings play, okay. Adagio. It's got room. Yeah, definitely has some room. Look at this over here, 1740. So I guess this was, I don't know if it was an IPO or a SPAC that turned into AGGI. Very exciting day, guys, with that. Well, a lot of exciting, but the DCFC, just incredible. Yeah, the BKKT is coming back now. The next high looking left is very ominously is $6.66. And after that, if it can take that out, the next high would be 767. So 666, if it takes it out, it's got a potential run to that 767 mark. Again, I'm never saying that that's what's going to happen. It's just a matter of looking left to see where the next area where it could stall, any stock. That's why you always hear me talking about looking left, looking left, looking left on the higher time frames, because most of the things that I see are already making new highs or making new lows. So that's why I'm always looking left, saying, okay, where's the next high on a higher time frame? Just one moment, please. Well, there it is, guys. 666. I think that was a daily chart. I think, unless my eyes are. Yeah, daily chart, 767 on the daily chart. That would be back on, looks like the 5th, January 5th. Again, unless my eyes are, let me just get a big chart up here. Change it to a daily. Really expand this thing. Yeah, there it is right there, right? High of 767 on the daily chart. So I don't know if it's going to get there, but at least that's the next high looking left. It was BKKT, Linda. Well, man, if you can handle the whip, I mean, look at CFVI up again, and DWAC is not following. CFVI is kind of trading a little bit on its own. Well, AMC trying to make a new high. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I have to put myself on mute. I have to do a little chatting with our development guys. Just a minute. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just one of the things I don't like about the new builds since we introduced is the inability to really adjust the column widths like before. It's driving me crazy in some of them. Well, let's see if that 760 area there for BKKT, let's see if that is approachable right here, 767. All right, guys, I'm just perusing some of my thumbnail charts. Wow, I did not keep this one. Boy, oh boy. What I mean, this is that kind of scared me. That topping tail here for Avaya, but man, oh man, it turned out to be a great one in terms of the gapping down and gap down and go. There's another one. I mean, it gapped down and went further down. That is the gap down and go. But of course, the 10-day daily breakdown and on earnings. All right, CRT. Oh, what are you doing, CRT? Oh, wow, look at the SPY. It just absolutely flattened right out. SPY flattened right out. Fox A is just one of those ones that is just inching up and up and up and up. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 42.50. Sorry, is 43.58. So getting kind of close. Same on the weekly chart. So if you took this one, just be aware of those next highs. Give me a moment here, guys. Again, I'm talking to development here. All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch this MNDT. I was bemoaning the fact I didn't get it earlier, and I'm glad I didn't now. Gotta see if there's they spring another rumor about Microsoft buying them, because you know it won't be this price, and that's for sure. But highly speculative to take the trade or take it right now, in hopes that Microsoft does come in with an offer a lot higher. Highly speculative. Uber, again, another earnings play for Uber. Now, it's interesting. I thought I saw Lyft moving down. Lyft had earnings yesterday. Okay, it is yeah, it was moving down earlier in the day, but it is now moving. Uber is an earnings play. UBER, of course. Well, I'm taking a little rest here. Just want to see if this DCFC has any further momentum, taking out 16. The only issue right now are these topping tails. So I mean, I thought it might have been done here. Okay, but now we're up here. These topping tails, again, what do they mean? Buyers had it up to this price on this candle, had it up to 1678. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers had it up to 17. Sellers knocked it down. Now we have to wait and see who's going to win going forward. Meanwhile, AMC, wow, AMC. AMC is, where's the next resistance on that daily chart? So the next high looking left is 1871. Are they after hours? Sorry, I thought you're right. I'm sorry about that. You're right. It is after hours. Well, I guess people are thinking they're going to be good. Freaking boom. Can't wait to do my video today. So excited I can't even type the symbol in correctly. Yeah, so look at that. Took out that 17. This area right up here. These are not easy, guys. I mean, they're risky, okay? I mean, they can, look how much it can fall just like that also. So if you're in these ones, you know, don't take too many shares. But these are, in theory, multi-dollar moves, potentially. But multi-dollar moves up, multi-dollar moves down. So, you know, be careful. Hog from yesterday, guys. Hog from yesterday is an earnings play from yesterday, pre-market. Had a great day yesterday through the 200 day and looks like it wants to continue. And again, what are we going to do? We're going to look left. Can't see anything on the daily chart. Looking left on the weekly chart, what do we see? We see 43.98. So that could be tough to get through. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to believe it can have a better trade. Well, in the pre-market, I missed it. You know, you guys heard me miss it from that nice 13, but I was able to get it again. Trading it though, I'm just trading this, okay? Again, this is not a room in which I'm going to say, okay, take this trade right now, guys. Okay, I'm getting out here and everybody else should. That's not the sort of room it is. Just lay out some ideas, if it makes sense. You take the trade. If it doesn't, you pass. All right, guys, I'll be back in 1 minute. All right. It's funny. Look at that Avaya. Wow. What a beauty. I'm not in it anymore, but that was a beautiful one, except for that topping tail. That little 15-minute candle, that's the one that kind of nailed me. I mean, I made money on it, but that's kind of the one that got me out of it, and then I kind of forgot about it. Yeah, I have no idea who's got shorts for DCFC. Interactive Brokers does not. Yahoo, and happy times in the Anderson household, my wife's company. Nice little coming back to these highs. Doesn't trade very much in the US exchange. Yes, this is the last of my coffee. Or my superpower drink, as I call it. It is not, it's coffee and other stuff. A little early for that, Terry. Sun W, what are you doing and why? Sun W, let's see. It's got a little bit of room, low float, 28 million. It's moving. So this is kind of bucking the trend of the other solars. So the solars, this has been a bit of an erratic trader, SPWR today. The big pop and the big drop, and now it's coming back. William, you've been all over apps. I can't remember if you shorted this one down here or you've taken it long. I know you're probably long gone now, but apps is an earnings play, APPS. All right, here is a topping play from Zach. Now, guys, these are not easy. If you're new to trading, these are not easy, okay? You know, the theory behind these is that maybe they've topped out and they're ready to be shorted, okay? But, you know, these are not easy. If you're new to trading, I wouldn't even look at them. I mean, if that's all I would do all day long, you know, I could probably figure out a way to trade it a little bit better. But, you know, I can't. I've got to do other things. But this is, you know, basically it's looking at a bit of a parabolic move and then trying to, you know, short the top and have it fall. But it's not easy. It's the same as trying to find a bottom and taking a bounce play. You know, they're not easy. Probably easier to take stocks that are in a trend. Okay, the green room. Yes, I have a suggestion. If you're new to trading, completely new to trading, I have a little series for you. So click on my link. Just put my homepage link in. All right, click on that link, and when you do, you're brought to my homepage. Oops. And the education section, okay? Click here. And then scroll down until it says back to basics. And this is a nice little, it's all free, video series starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, I would really suggest you take a look at this, okay? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. No, it's not creatine, no. Don't even know how to pronounce it, but it's one of those Ruibus mixed in with some coffee, and it definitely gives me a little supercharge in the morning, having to get up at 4 in the morning to babysit you guys. I need something. STEM, gap up and go on STEM. Is this an earnings play? No, it is not an earnings play. And the next high, wow, this has got some room, guys. Let's see if this can base a little bit here, just a little bit. It's got some room. Looking left on the daily chart, you can see it's got some room to 13. Not saying it's going to get there, but it's got some room. The pre-market high, I'm going to stick an alert at the pre-market high. This is for STEM. Looks like it was around 1234. So let's take a quick look at what the AI has been up to today. So it's got that one nice short for the TDC, not a bad one for the NEWR. If you have our premium service, or if you're going to be part of the test drive next week, I'm going to show you, but I'm going to show you how I think can make life easier for you, rather than trying to figure out all the different types of AIs that we have, the Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, Holly Neo, etc. Make it easy. Click on New from our toolbar, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? Trades window. And if you do that, this is the window that you'll see, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have a real-time entry. Doesn't mean you have to get in right at that penny. You hear me say this over and over and over again with all of my alerts. And I don't care from where it's coming from. I always click on it. I always want to see how it looks on a chart. Is there any near-term resistance that I have to worry about? Is there a 200-day moving average I have to worry about? So I never get hung up. I mean, if I took this trade, I didn't take this one, and the entry was, or the real-time alert was at 51.95, and I sized it up, and it was at 51.80. I mean, for a $51 stock, that's not the end of the world. So I could take it. Okay, and there's your stop. You have a stop. You have an entry. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay? And again, you just wait for the alerts to happen. How are the strength alerts doing? I don't know. I haven't. I never really look at them, but let's take a look. This is an entry level. So if you have a subscription to Trade Ideas, you get these strength alerts. This is the strength alerts channel. This is an entry level though, for I think it's $17 a month. You'll get the strength alert sent to you. I think it's either Sunday night or Monday morning before the market opens. And I think there are five alerts, and it's kind of laid out. I have no idea how they're doing. I'd have to click on them. But how you trade them again is up to you. There's the Bank of America, AEL, but it's kind of laid out here. A suggested entry, a suggested stop. Okay, for all of them, a little blurb about them. But it's $17 a month. It's very entry level. But again, if you are a subscriber, you have access to them. You just have to go to the Strength Alerts channel. Whoa, IFBD, what are you doing? You're leading this race. So I haven't gone over the races at all. So what you're seeing here, I don't see a big move in it, but what you're seeing here, and it's too bad it just started or just stopped. The races, I've got this on a 2-minute cycle. Okay, so this is we're going to race every 2 minutes. It takes 30 seconds to start. We're going to reduce that hopefully to 5 seconds. I can't tell you when. But what it's looking at is taking a top list, and you can launch your own race from a top list window that you may have. And why it's interesting to me is because it's showing when the race starts what stocks in my top list are moving the fastest right now. Okay, so why that's interesting to me is because virtually all the alerts that I get are at the high or the low of the day. What this can do is show me something in the middle of the pack that might be moving, which I will miss because it's not making a new high, as an example. So I'm not much of a pullback trader, but this can help me, maybe identify some stocks that are good for pullbacks. And that's how I would use it. But you can set up your own races, okay, with your own top lists. And how to do it? Well, again, if you go to my home page, okay, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, and then go to the education section, click here, education section. Now click on the user guide, click on the user guide. Now you could do a search for it, but there's a section for races. And it explains what it's all about, okay? So take a look at this. It explains how you can set up your own race. We are creating more and more racing channels. You know, for instance, if you wanted to see what the SPY was doing, stock racing, the SPY, this will show you the ones that are moving up versus the ones moving down. I'm going to move this off. Great move for Lyft here from yesterday's earnings and continuation. Had a bit of a down move at the beginning of the day, but all right, so this is what you're seeing. So the race has started. It's a 10-minute race. All right, so now you can just kind of see S&P 500, what stocks are moving up right now versus the ones moving down. So a lot of times you'll see a few more cars in the race, symbols in the race, but it's an interesting way to just kind of keep track rather than having to actually look at a chart. And you can also see when something is pulled back. So something could be zipping higher, and then all of a sudden, boom, you get a big red, sort of a red tail, and it'll move right back. So you can kind of see the ones that are moving higher, and then all of a sudden pulling back. But again, you can create your own races from your own top lists. Boy, Lyft, what is the next high looking left for Lyft? 43.43. Okay, good, Wolfhound. Yeah, I never ever want to have something going immediately into a dock window. I don't talk about the dock windows very much. Okay, it's a bit of a it's advanced. I'll call it. It's a little bit of a bear to do it. I do it because I like the idea of being able to take, say, my charts, link them all together in a docked window, move them around wherever I want, things like that. But for those of you, before we had docking, and this is good for those of you, if you don't want to get into docking, and that's fine. If you have several monitors, I have three 32-inch 4K monitors, okay? So this is what you do. And this is what we did before docking. And this is typically why people wanted, they were saying, well, I want to be able to move all your windows to another monitor. Well, typically the reason for that is that you don't have to do it every day. You want to have, when you load trade ideas, it'd be great to have all your trade ideas windows on all your monitors exactly the same every time you load, load trade ideas. So this is what you do. Click on Tools, Options, where it says Layouts. Click on Layouts. Actually, before you do that, put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as being your main monitor. This is obviously my main monitor because this is the one that I display. Okay, put all your trade ideas windows where you want them. Again, if you're not using docking, they'll be floating. Just put them where you want them. Put your other trade ideas windows and your other monitors exactly where you want them. Once you've done that, then click on Tools, Options, Layouts, and then click that Open Relative to Main Window, and then save it. All right? Now, remember, when you exit trade ideas, save your work. Otherwise, it won't remember that that's, you went through that step. Okay? You've got to always save your work. But the bottom line is this, is that when you close down trade ideas, after saving, your work, and then when you load trade ideas the next time, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay? So you don't have to use docking. That's typically the reason why people use docking, is because they want to be able to move all their windows at once, but you don't have to do that. I mean, I went years, the docking is a nice feature, but it's, to me, it's not the be all and the end all. It's a nice feature, but I don't concentrate on it that much unless people ask me specifically. I really would like to dock. But it's in the user guide also. There's a section on docking. How do you save your work? Well, two ways. I mean, first of all, I always save my work to the cloud. So save or share to cloud. So if I go from the toolbar, click on File, and then save or share to cloud. Okay. Now, if you've, the first time, I don't do it every time because I don't usually change too much, but you can click on Entire and then give it a name and save it. Okay. It's just taking a while for I don't know why it takes this amount of time, but come on. Okay. So now you can give it a name, my first trade ideas layout, whatever you want to call it, and then save it. It's good practice to save each individual scan to the cloud also, because you never know when you might want to bring one back. For instance, I'm using this one right now, but maybe I don't know, a month from now I don't want to use this anymore, but I don't get rid of it completely. I just say, so it's in the cloud, and then if I ever want to bring it back to use it again, I just load it from the cloud. So I always save individual scans to the cloud. Again, here's an alert window. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay, so it's in the cloud. The other thing is, when you exit trade ideas, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your work? Yes or no? Save your layout? Yes or no? I always say yes because it's basically the same layout I've been using for years. You can also save it to your computer, File, Save Layout, and give it a name, and save it. But the bottom line is, if you make any changes and you don't save your work, it won't be saved. Oh, Avaya, why am I not? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how close it gets to that 767. Or what did I say? 767. All right, guys, so I'm going to just talk a little bit about, what time is it now? 11:18. So a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I popped a link in called Brokerage Plus, and there is the link, okay? There are two videos. The short video, if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can actually use this window, this blue window that we call Brokerage Plus. You can trade from within trade ideas. You link to your IB or E-Trade account. You gotta watch that video. You notice there are two options, and by the way, this is only available if you're using the downloadable application. If you're using a web-based version, not available. Okay, but you'll notice it says Brokerage Plus. Underneath it says Live and Sim. So again, if you want to use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, you'll need an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. But again, listen really carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. We're a scanner first and foremost. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. Okay? Now, the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And also, I always like to demonstrate how you can use it as a simulator, okay? Paper trader. So if you're new to trading, before you start trading, you know, like trading your real money, practice, practice, practice. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're at the stage right now that you're not sure what broker you want, no problem, but you want to practice, great. It uses our real-time data. All you need is our basic service, our standard service, and then you can practice trading using this, okay? It's really simple. You just click on an alert. There's HOOD, okay? So if I wanted to trade HOOD right now, you know, let's buy it. Let's take a couple hundred shares. Yeah, I'm just showing you how to do this. Oops. 200 shares. And we're going to go in at the market. There's only a 1 cent spread, so there's no issue there. Send it. Okay, and there it took the trade. So at this point, now you can manage your trade. Okay, if you leave this, if you don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. Okay, so you can practice swing trading using this. And these are some hotkeys that we have. So if you highlight, you can want to get out of the trade right now, you can flatten it, or you can get out of half it, or you can double your position. Of course, you could go in here, and if you wanted to trade 50 shares, you pick the price, etc. But these are just hotkeys if you want to quickly do something. How do you cancel? You mean, are you talking about what I just showed you here? If you want to get out of the trade, I just showed you, just highlight it. Yeah, just highlight it and click flatten, then you're out of the trade. So you just highlight it. See how it's sort of grayed out? So if I didn't like it anymore, I just flatten it. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm going to flatten. I'm going to highlight the trade. I'm going to flatten it, and it'll take me out of the trade. See, now it says 0. So I'm not sure why it's not working for you. I don't know how to help you, Martin. I can't see what you're doing, but I'll take another trade, SBEV. I'll take 500 shares. I'll buy. I'm going to take 500 shares. Again, I can go in at it's a bit of a spread. I don't care. I'm just demonstrating how to do this. Send it. Okay, there it is. Now I just highlight it and flatten. And it'll get you out of the trade. If that's not working, I can't help you. You're going to have to go to our tech support then. I don't know how to help you. I mean, if you're doing exactly what I'm doing, Well, okay, exit is getting out of the trade you're in. Exit means getting out of the trade you're in. Canceling could be meaning, for instance, I could say, let's say I wanted to take SBAT, but I don't want to take it right now. I want to take it on a pullback to say 539, okay? So I could do the same thing. Now, I haven't done this. This is a newer build. I don't know if you guys see the same thing. So let's say I wanted to take this trade. If it pulled back to 535. I guess I could scroll down a bit, but I'm just going to type it in. Okay, I'm going to send it. Okay, so you see there is a line now on the chart. So if it pulled back to 535, it'll take the trade. You see that line, that blue line on the chart? But if I don't want that, then I go to the orders and now I cancel it. Right click and cancel. I'm not on mute. Okay, so you understand what I did there. So you canceled the trade. Okay, so I just canceled it. So the blue line, it disappears. I thought you meant you were in a trade and you want to get out. I'm not on mute. Hopefully you guys can hear. I am not on mute. Okay, guys, this was I tried to do this one yesterday. It just didn't move at all, MFGP. So I'm going to forget about it. It is in the gap up and go, but I'm just going to forget about it unless, some volume came in, but the next high looking left is 614. That's that red line. That's the next high looking left. So I shall forget about it. So you guys can hear me, right? I just want to make sure it's not just Vancha may have to. Okay. So Vancha. Yeah. Boy, this is tumbling now. This CFVI along with DWAC now. Boy, they're hard. They're hard. Intraday traders. If you're going to do it, you have to, especially with the DWAC, you have to put big wide stops on it because it just moves. So look at this. It got up to 87, 87.50. and then the next candle, it goes down to 83. So, I mean, you are very, very, you're in a whippy trade, like a whippy stock, if you're going to try to trade this DWAC. Well, if you start, all you have to do is say I type in M, okay? So you left click on the chart, just to tell Trade Ideas that's the chart you want to be in, and then you just start to type. So let's say I type in, I wasn't sure what Macy's was as an example. So you can see all the ones with M. But if I go MA, here's MasterCard. So if you want to search for a stock, that's basically all you do. Okay. I think Vodafone, I think there was a rumor about a sale on that or a merger or something like that. Was that yesterday? Yeah, so that's the news on it. I think was that yesterday? What's the date today? Today's the 9th. So that was yesterday actually, okay? So that confirms Iliad made an offer for 100% of Vodafone Italia. So I don't know if that's Vodafone is a UK company, so only a piece of Vodafone. Yeah, but William never holds stocks. He never holds them. He's in it for that half a percent to 1.5%. So he never ever ever would have been holding this one anyway. Oh, you were holding it. What's wrong with you? All right, guys. I'm just kind of watching that Cody to see COTY, see if it can keep moving a little bit here. Had a little bit of a pullback. Seeing if it keeps moving. It had earnings yesterday. Big reaction to it, of course. It was over the 200-day moving average at 901, so over the 200-day. Back this. Oh, good on the end lock. Yeah, the end lock. I actually didn't mention it in the pre-market. I was thinking that we should be watching it, but we still should be watching it now. I mean, it had the big drop. It dropped down to 29, and it has come right back up. And who knows if it takes out that high, which is almost there, the high of yesterday. Even in the pre-market, it got up to 30.51. But if it takes out the high of yesterday, it could still have a bit of a run left. It's an all-time high, so don't have to worry about any chart resistance. All right, guys. Let's see what else is happening. AMC is still strong. BKKT looks like it's struggling a little bit to get to that 767 level. But all these topping tails, again, what does it mean? These are potential clues, okay? So a topping tail, so that means at one point the stock was up to 715. Sellers knocked it down to 703. Not a big deal, okay? At one point the stock was up to 722. Sellers closed it down at 7. Not that big a deal. Maybe a bigger deal. Buyers had it up to 724. Sellers closed it here at 7. Now, at one point, the sellers or the buyers are going to give up for a while. Now, I'll have to wait and see what these buyers are doing, see if it can take out this high without a topping tail, and maybe it keeps going. Yeah, Michael, I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm not going to. I know you've been posting about skills. I know you posted about it yesterday. Congratulations if you're in it. But that's more of a fundamental thing, okay? And I'm more of an intraday trader, so I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. No, I don't trade ETFs either. Michael, I don't trade ETFs. I'm a stock guy, and that's it. And if somebody asks me why, the answer is there's no answer. I just prefer trading stocks instead of ETFs. I like to find those stocks that are really moving. ETFs are fine, nothing wrong with trading ETFs, but I just prefer trying to find those stocks that are really moving. So I'm sure it is. I'll be coming into some pretty tough resistance. Excuse me, resistance around 5. Wow, look at Argo. It's not an earnings play either. I thought, looking at the way this is trading, I would have sworn this would have been an earnings play. Price target cut to 60 from 70 by Raymond James. A little late. It's at 46 now. Haven't seen Be Big for a while. The nonsense that was being spouted all over the, everywhere about Be Big. Yeah, Michael, listen, man. Like you're talking to the wrong guy. I'm just not a big swing trader. Okay, so. Doesn't mean so you don't have to address it to me. People in the trading room, in a YouTube room, that's just general information. If somebody wants to look at that, what you're posting, great. I'm just not a big swing trader. CFRX, let's take a look at CFRX. Was that a couple of days ago? They had some kind of a patent and now trying to move again a little bit, maybe? Boy, the SPY is just kind of resting here. So Dow's still up. Let's take a look. I don't think there's going to be much of a difference in our sectors from what we saw 10 minutes before they open. Yeah, not much of a difference. I mean, technology was strong. Energy is actually a little bit stronger. 90% of them are up now. But yeah, there's not much of a difference. I can't remember what consumer staples were. This is probably weakening, compared to what it was 10 minutes before the market opened. But, with the market, what it's doing, you would expect that virtually every sector is pretty strong. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Well, Sophie actually had I don't want to call it an upgrade this morning. But first of all, Super Bowl's on Sunday. So it's going to be in the new stadium in LA, sponsored by Sophie. So they're going to get a lot of press, of course, a lot of free advertising. I'm sure they paid a bunch to be they'll have their name on the stadium. But also, Oppenheimer, they had a $25 price target on this one. Might have got there. I think, yeah, I believe it actually got there. And so this morning they came out and says, okay, we're cutting our price target from 25 to 18. So I think it was several months ago that they put that price target. I may be wrong, but I think it got there. $400 million. Thank you for the naming right. That's the phrase I was looking for. The naming rights to the stadium. So they paid $400 million, and now they're going to have a billion eyes watching the Super Bowl and talking about a beautiful Sophie Stadium. So. All right, guys, here is an earnings play, DCPH. DCPH is an earnings play. It's up 15%, released earnings after hours. A little bit of a move here. What's the next high looking left? Looks like it's around 1014, is that right? Actually 952, so I don't know. I mean, it may not be that dynamic. Simba, good morning and welcome to the room. Or it depends where you are. Yeah, it's still morning, Eastern time. 8:45 my time. Good morning. So are you new to trading? Are you new to trade ideas? Actually, I should ask one question at a time. Are you new to trading? Maybe Simba cannot hear me. All right, guys. I don't know why, but I'm intrigued by Cody. Okay, COTY. It showed up on the Gap Up and Go, and it's an earnings play from yesterday. Big day yesterday through that 200 day. Has a little bit of room to that 10 mark. Look at the ATR for GME. I mean, if you figure out a way to trade this intraday, I mean, there it is, $13. $13. It just has such moves up and down, up and down, up and down. But definitely a nice little trend here on the 15-minute chart in terms of making higher lows. All right, so Simba, if you are new to trading, I would suggest that you take a look at this. All right, so if you click on that link, I just put it in there, my homepage. Oh, no mic. Okay, guys, now let's take a look. That MMDT, I almost feel like just taking a little bit of this just in case. It's an earnings play. I don't think it's going to be too dramatic unless I get that news again about Microsoft potentially buying them. WHG, really, William? WHG? I mean, yeah, low volume is right, but we have it post-market, not midday, but yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, it looks like they did release mid-market, but boy, there's no reaction, zero reaction. All right, guys, give me a moment here as I adjust some of my windows. Oops. Hey guys, just give me a moment. I'm just rearranging some stuff on my other monitor. All right, guys, sorry about that. All right, guys, Cody, Coty. Not super exciting, but it may be maybe the type of trade that is easy on the psyche. That's all. Big float. All right, guys. Oh, wow. It's almost time for, I think it is Steve to take over in our YouTube room for me when I take my break at noon. So I'm just going to put the link in for YouTube. You want to head over there while I'm on my break at noon. Okay, sorry, I'm just rearranging stuff on my other monitor. Okay, looking at STEM. What did STEM do? Yeah, not too exciting right now. Market is just sort of sitting here. So unless you're in something that is really moving on its own, then you're probably in stock. If you're in trades that are kind of tracking the market, you're probably bored right now. Earnings play from yesterday, guys. CHGG. I know it released after hours the day before, but it was in play yesterday. You can see there, right there. There's the big earnings, and continuing. And what sort of resistance does it have? Wow, this has got a lot of room. That's right. This has got a ton of room. Look at that monthly chart, 3060. Yeah, so way above that. So the next high in the monthly chart is way up here at $63. Boy, on the comeback trail, at least for a while, after that earnings release for CHGG. All right, guys, just waiting for Steve to show up. So I'm just going to put my announcement in and on mute back around 12:55. All right, Steve, I see you there now. Okay, I'll stop streaming and have yourself a fine hour.
I will, Barry. All right, looks good. I can hear myself. I can see my desktop. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Like I heard Barry mentioning, it's kind of a quiet day. Most of the action occurred overnight. And I will say there might be a couple of regulars in here. Last night I was discussing, whoops, let me get my drawing tool. Last night I was discussing how the market had recovered and it was kind of just pinching right here in a nice little consolidation, excluding that, of course. And this is before today. So I said, I'm not bearish. I'm going to keep a couple. I sold half of my hedge yesterday in TZA. It just wasn't working out. I've made some good money in that along that big run there. But once it broke that red line there yesterday, I sold most of it, sold the rest of it on the open today. I really was feeling, as I said last night, that it just looks like and feels like this market put in a nice 15 or so % correction, and the technicals and the footprints in the sand were curling right there, and I just couldn't really feel like we were going to come down from there. So I said if I had to bet my life on it, I'd say we're probably going to be gapping up today, and wouldn't you know it, we did. Anyway, hello Bill. Hello anybody else that's joining. I'll take over for Barry here as usual, and we can talk about whatever you want. It's not like the afternoon webinars where I got like ideas to convey and discuss and demonstrate. But during the day, it's all you guys. Whatever you want to learn, whatever you want me to demonstrate, whatever you want to talk about. You want me to put up a chart that you're in and evaluate that. I like doing that as well. But you got me for the next hour. Trade of the week in Hood is holding on. No real threat over there. It's just building a beautiful base, in my opinion. That was earnings day. And when you have earnings after a giant decline like that, usually it's pretty much baked in. And that candle opened down and just never looked back. And so it's up above its moving averages here, trying to fight them again. I guess what I'm trying to say is the trade of the week is still in play. GDX actually was my pick for the year 2022. It's kind of just gone sideways since the January call, but just feels like gold and silver are just going to start paying a bit more attention to the inflation fears and realities that are happening out there. Debbie, that's a good question on the what determines the sort sequence. And rather than try and pretend like I know the definite answer to that, I think I know, but I'm going to ask somebody and I'm going to give you the proper answer. While I wait for that answer, we can look at Mitchell's request. Okay, so before I do that, I'm getting the answer is, does the sort sequence in the top list determine which names are chosen for the race? And I got a confirmation of yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's two different animals there. You can do descending and ascending, but the chosen players are based, I believe, on that. Oh, he's typing some more here. Let me just see. It will start the race with X amount of cars from the top down. Okay. It's still a bit new to me as well, Debbie, although I will admit I was using it again this morning, tracking my ProGap scan, okay, which is this scan right here. And I'm basically running, I think, 10 cars every 20 minutes. And this is measuring the change from the close. So you can go back and look at the finishers here. Okay, this first 20-minute race, nail gun, been moving up and going sideways since. This one, that AGFI sure looks nice. It's cupping and holding right there, the moving average that I like to use. What else happened? KC was off to the races and won one of its races. Off to the races. MRSN holding strong. So you can see these are all the similar type charts of downtrends, which came into today with a nice gap up. But my sort, if you'll notice on the race, has nothing to do with change from the close. It's all change from the open. I only want to see what stocks gapped up and continued moving upward. Anything that gaps up and craps back down into the red, I don't want to see. So that's why I'm really hammering the point of using change from the open to run these races. Continuing on, MAXN was a nice mover all morning. And Sun is at the top of the list now based on change from the open. So yeah, from $1.80 to 230, 220. And then currently FTCI was the last race winner with that little move right there. So it's just constantly, I like that too. That FTCI is an interesting looking chart. We got some good positive divergence there in the RSI. Kind of a flat double low, but that second attempt at the low was much stronger. So anyway, yeah, I talked a lot about this last night in my webinar. If anybody wants this scan, I'll pop it in here for you so you can do the same thing I'm doing in the mornings if you wish, and see what type of information you can glean from the race cars tracking change from the open on ProGap scans. So we'll call this ProGap and enter. You can have the cloud link to that scan right there. I'm not using relative volume in the scan because I want to see what it's doing pre-market, and we cannot use relative volume in pre-market. It just negates the whole scan. Okay, back to Mitchell, Joby. Sorry about that. All right. I don't know if you're in it. Hopefully you've been in it and been writing it, because I've got a thought here. I don't necessarily think I would buy it right here, because what I'm seeing is something that maybe some of you have heard me say before. Some of these moves in stocks, they're good for about a day and a half. And yesterday in JOBY, I would consider day one. Here's day two, and the first half of the day has been productive. But now that we're entering noontime, we actually have our very first candle, which I talk about every week on my segment here. First candle that's going to maybe close below the rising 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart. That's the signal to get out. So I don't know what your trading plan is, Mitchell. I don't know if I would necessarily buy it here. I feel like I'm chasing something that's had a good day and a half of run. But if you were positioned, this is the kind of point where I will watch this. We still got 6 minutes to see if this red candle can close under the 10 SMA. And that gives me a gauge of how well the momentum is holding up, whether it is or not. And so in my view, when it closes a first 15-minute candle below that momentum line, the rest of the day just gets really super sloppy. Okay, so you're in for a swing. So you're just going to have to, I guess what I'm saying is you might have to sit a little bit of consolidation the next few days as it reconciles and digests this giant move. But what I really do want to highlight on this chart again is it's another example of a day and a half. If this thing fails here in the next half an hour or so, that might be it for the move. And then, it just might kind of consolidate. Where would I like to see it consolidate to? I can tell you, I would like to see it not give up this 20-day moving average. So it could just kind of maybe bounce sideways there for a while, and there's no reason to get out. So everybody has a different time frame, a different trading plan. The stuff you see over here is investments. This is just some stuff I've mirrored in my 401k. I just want to keep an eye on these few things over there. I'm not trading them. So those are no real trading plan. Those are just investments because I believe in the fundamentals behind what's going on for bigger moves down the road. But if I'm trading, this is typically where I will start to take at least half profit, Mitchell. So like if it was me and I got a really good profit here, if we get that close below that 10 SMA, I might take half off and then keep the other half for that impending consolidation that might occur. Again, we just want to see this thing hold above 450. I'm going to say it needs to hold 450. It can do that for 2 or 3 days and move sideways. And in the process, it can develop a lot of pent-up energy, a lot of potential energy that could be turned into kinetic energy in a few more days after the consolidation. All right. Is there any issues with putting lines on new charts? Not that I know of, but what I do know, Bill, is that some of the new betas that are coming out are going to allow you to change the thickness of the width of the lines and things like that. When I do a line, I might just grab that drawing tool right there. We can grab a trend line right there. We can click once, click twice. But I recognize, and we all do, that this is a very thin line. So in the new versions coming out, we're going to be able to control the thickness of that line. So if you were concerned about that, just know that that's coming soon to help see things a little better. But there's no known issues with putting the lines on the chart. If you're trying to do a specific line, you can let me know and I can walk through it just to make sure. See earnings group losers. Okay, when I want to see earnings gap up losers, would I both ask for change from the open, ascending, and biggest loser? Definitely change from the open, and then earnings gap. Okay, so not change from the open, I suppose. if you were going to look for stocks that were closing their gap up and you were looking to track the losers, that might be where I would use change from the close, Debbie. And then you could sort those descending or ascending and experiment with that and see which ones pop up top and show you. I haven't done much experimentation with stuff on the downside. It's always just kind of been bullish upside buying side. All right. We got Bill. Del Boca Vista. Isn't that what Frank Costanza was trying to pronounce in Seinfeld? Del Boca Vista. Do we know what is happening mechanically with RSI divergence? Does it simply mean that the sellers are losing power? It's behind the scenes. Yeah, let's go back to that a little bit. Maybe I'll even get a good example here. And I do. Look at that. Okay, daily bullish divergence. What we have is a lower low in price. But that lower low in price did it with less oomph. And that's literally how I'm going to describe this. It did it with less energy. What the RSI really measures is the range, the volatility, the range of the candle, daily range, and where the price closed in relation to that range. So if you start having big daily ranges with prices closing on lows, you're going to get a very depressed RSI. But on these attempts to go lower that pop back up, for whatever reason, and there's probably some mechanics in there that I'm even missing, but I think it has to do with the average true range and where the close is in relation to the price, or the range of the candle. So this is another great example here. So that JOBY that Mitchell's in, maybe he even saw it. It had some bullish divergence between the price making a slightly lower low, but the RSI definitely making a market high, lower high there. So that's just it's kind of what you said. It's weighing the underpinnings and the undercurrents of what we actually see in price. Smaller range candles will help the RSI come back up. Closing at or near the mid-range or higher on those candles will help the RSI move up. All right. Hopefully that answered your question. Del Boca Vista. Yeah, the sellers are losing power because it's looking at the end of the day. That's why you've heard me always talk about I wait for that end of day closing candle in my swing trades to make my decisions. Mostly getting out and cutting a loss or taking a profit, or sometimes anticipating and getting in. If I was in the mood yesterday, this SPY chart, as I talked about yesterday, was literally probably one of those examples that if I was really itching to buy something and that chart looked like this, hang on a second, and looked like this yesterday, I've been known to stock something that I want to buy, and I'll see it close like this, and I'm like, man, that was a tight, nice close on a green candle near highs after 4 days of consolidation. I just might take a chance with a stock chart like this, hoping for What happened today? The gap up. That's just kind of how it seems to work sometimes. So I will use end of day candles to anticipate and take a position. And that's worked out more often than not for me, really. Hello, Iris. Bill. I don't think you're the same as Bill Enberg. So hello, Bill. I trade with Bollinger Bands. I've been asking Trade Ideas service for ideas on how to scan. Example, I want to find when the bottom Bollinger Band is within 15% or under the top. Okay, so Bill, we're a little limited in our Bollinger Band options. Let me do a correct one here. Configure. So I'll go to search and we'll type in the keyword Bollinger Bands. And so this is literally the palette that we have to offer you guys for Bollinger Bands. The same filter, but 5, 15, 60, and daily. And all it can tell us, it can't tell us like what you're looking for. It can't tell us when the upper band squeezes and gets narrows and down within a certain percentage of the lower band. All we can really scan for with this is, okay, you understand the limitations. So all we can really scan for is just the position in the Bollinger Bands. 0 being the lower band, 100 being that upper band. So a lot of people will use these filters to try and maybe put a minimum of 100 or 101 in there to try and find things that are stretched above the upper band. Or they might use a negative value in the maximum column, like -1, to try and things that are below 0 that are stretched to the downside Bollinger Band. There might be a workaround, but I'm certainly not the person to ask for, Bill. So what I would suggest, because there are people who are much smarter than me on this stuff with custom formulas and workarounds, but I'm going to give you the old info at trade-ideas. And just send that comment or question in the header panel. I would say custom formula possible and put that in the message bar. And we got a couple people here that can really dig into that and see if they can figure out a workaround. Unfortunately for you, I'm just not one of those math geniuses. All right, hello, Michael. I like Hive for a play in Bitcoin, which has a lot of upside if you like to look. Of course, I love to look. Yes, I think there is a technical reason to say there is upside. Now, think about, if you're not in it, I'm assuming that, but think about the people who chase this breakout here above 5 and they just haven't sold yet. They haven't learned how to read the, read the tea leaves of rejections there, lower highs and the moving averages. The good news is, if you're thinking about getting in or you got in recently, you're showing some good technical turnaround strength. For one, we've got nice volume here the last few days, and the last 3 days have closed back above the same moving averages that were haunting them all the way down. So this starts to get into what I call my own terminology for these types of charts. I call the bird in the hand. It's basically no longer under pressure. It seems to have broken its downtrend of moving averages at least, and then sliding sideways 3, 4, 5 days along this nice little price wedge where it never gives back the 20 or the 10 moving average. That's what I call a bird in the hand. And that's kind of what I was getting at with the SPYs yesterday. You know, they were kind of just sliding right, moving there. But this one's a bit more because of the downtrend. It's been struggling. I think BKKT is also a holding company that is in blockchain, digital asset management. So BKKT, if you're unaware, might be helping as well. The old hive mind here. But I think this has potential. Now, the first area of interest is going to be for you the declining 50-day moving average. Without a doubt, if this thing gets a nice pop, you are going to find sellers at that blue line. Whether or not they crush it or it just stops and halts it for a day or two and then it pushes back through, that's yet to be determined. But that's why I call these moving averages nothing more than an area of interest. Yeah, Todd. I was kind of discussing that. I think I never used the word cup and handle. I probably should have, because that's exactly what I was seeing. There's our cup, and that little handle right there is just very bullish. You don't want to really bet against that, I don't think. And that's why I covered my TZA yesterday. most of it yesterday, and then the rest of it this morning right on the open. It just did not hold up anymore. And again, this is an inverse of the IWM. What I was looking at yesterday was the same kind of a thing. Okay, so I was short this yesterday. Trust me, guys, I was making some good money on these moves there. But one time tried it back again here, was in the money down here, and I just let it come all the way back to flat. And I noticed yesterday IWM closed right at that declining 20, 1020. And I thought, I don't want to risk this overnight. This is just a setup. Again, kind of a nice little cup and handle there for a move higher. It's not really something the bears want to take home and pray that they win. Usually they don't. So yeah, the SPY definitely has that look, and it's starting to feel like, as I mentioned last night, I had been calling in my webinars for ages. We need a healthy correction, not this, not this kind of stuff, all day long, just ad nauseum. The market gets spooked. The Fed finds a microphone and says something. But now we got ourselves a little bona fide, little correction here. That's enough. As I said back here, these were just like little monkey baths, washing your face in the sink. We needed a good old soaking, a good old shower, and that's what the market got. So maybe, and just maybe, that's all it really needed to kind of reset a lot of things. Back here, I wasn't so sure about that because we had the declining moving averages. We were stuck under the 200-day, popped above, went sideways. Boom, there you go. Yeah, you read that correctly, Todd. 45, 95. Yeah, we're roughly in the same spot. I think you're looking at that peak right there. So yeah, that's a bullish setup, and that's not something I wanted to fight. And again, that was a hedge that I had to kind of offset some longs, and I was kind of making some good money shorting the IWM, but that game might be over now that it's broken back above the moving averages that had been controlling it. Are there standard colors for the indicator lines? You mean, yeah, the moving averages. So we would just go to indicators, right click, and then there's my edit tab. So as you can see, I've modified. My 50 is always blue, my 20 is always red, and my 10 is always like a dark green. So if that's what you're talking about, yes, we can do that. As far as trend lines are concerned, that may be in the works. As I said, the trend lines are going to become more controllable, configurable with the line thickness and things like that. All right, good, Todd. What are your favorite scans for swing ideas? Well, it kind of depends on what market we're in. Okay, so back last year when the market was ripping to new highs and the small caps were crazy, the electric vehicles and everything was just going smoking hot, at that time of a backdrop, this was my favorite scan, the A table, and only because it's a very simple scan that uses our stock composite rating. I used to have it at 80. I'm actually going to take it back up to 80, I think. And all that means is that these are like grade B type charts. 90 minimum would be grade A charts. It's a composite using a lot of different data points and fundamental points and technical points combined together to create one composite score. And so by doing this, it basically ensures that I don't have to go through and just highlight every filter to make sure that this is at least a strong chart above this average, 10-day range, above this average, and above this range. The stock composite rating will take care of all that for me. But this is the key. I'll get to what I like now, but what I'm trying to say is it depends on the market environment. This was a real go-to scan for me and also the trade of the weeks because it was trying to find stocks that had a great stock composite rating, but for whatever reason, there's still a lot of short sellers stuck in there and being stubborn. And last year in third and fourth quarter, when those high short float stocks took off, okay, the whole GameStop theory, the whole AMC, all of that was derived from way too many shorts and probably naked shorts as well. So those things spiked, and that created a wonderful momentum for, hey, how do I find stocks with great high short floats that also have good charts? First one I bring up right here, okay, I would trade this because it's a good looking chart. We just kind of talked a little bit about cup and handle, a nice little consolidation there above the key average. But here's the fun part. Oh, this is really fun, actually. I might have to buy this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put an alert on this at today's highs. And the reason I like it, short float. Let's start with the shares and the circulation. Shares in circulation, just under 15 million. That's nothing. That's like a speedboat. That thing will dart around all day long and give you some surprises. But the curious part is we have a stock composite rating of 89. This is almost an A student stock chart. Why? Well, let's look at it. I mean, it's trending. It's above all its moving averages. It's at the high end of its ranges. But somebody's missing the boat here. Why the hell are almost 32% of 15 million shares? Why are they short? I'm going to buy this right now. Hold on, guys. I'm actually going to buy this. See how much buying power I have. You got me stumbling into, yeah, I got enough buying power there to buy a little bit. All right, I just bought ARCH. Let's get back to why I liked it. The chart is solid, but what I'm banking on and what I'm putting my entire confidence of taking that trade is the short metric data. When you've got 31% short something that's only 14 million shares in circulation, all it takes is maybe a trigger of this blue line here, and the shorts start getting scared, and we get what's called a short squeeze. Short squeeze is nothing more than buyers looking to get in and short sellers looking to get out by buying their stock back to close the short position, to cover their short position. So it becomes a giant perfect storm, if you will, of buyers from both the shorts and the longs. I'm going to tell the guys I just bought this here. Hold on a second. All right. So that's one scan that I like. I know I got sidetracked there, but can't pass up that chart. But hopefully that makes sense to you. So let me share that in case you want to look at these. This is called the A table. And I'll give you that there. When it comes to swing trading, who asked that? Dell. When it comes to swing trading, I don't really have one hard and fast scan that I look to. I'm kind of always searching through the stocks in my wheelhouse, things that I am aware of. This is my watch list over here. All these things I keep on my watch list, and every now and then I'll see a familiar name that I like, and boom, I like it. And so I might take a position. So believe it or not, when you click these heart symbols in a chart, it all gets dropped into the my liked top symbol, top list. And everything on here, I've either been in at one point or I just want to kind of keep an eye on. That's one way I find ideas. The other way is the A table. And by the way, on this A table, I really only get focused on the things at the top because it's sorted by short float. So when I see a short float of 30% out of 14 million in circulation, that gets my attention immediately. And I've taken all the work out of, is this a good chart or is this not a good chart? And I've taken the work out of that by putting in that 80 minimum score filter. Oh, here we go. Sorry, got detracted. So yeah, that filter of well, I have it at 70. I can put it to 80 and it'll still catch that ARCH. Bing, it even stands out even more now. Hey, look at that. It's going up since I bought it, and it might even trigger that blue line. BTU, yeah. BTU was a trade of the week. I was in BTU. It failed. It was a wonderful trade back here when it was called. Let's do this again. Let's just go ahead and move this back. And that's where BTU was called. That sideways consolidation was really nice above the moving average. Had a couple of great days, day and a half. There's my day and a half right there. Day one, day two, spiked above, and then it all fell back. Speaking of, what is that? Was it JOBY? Okay, so yeah, this instance earlier that I gave an example of, to me, I think the momentum is over. So JOBY has given us a day and a half of movement. Now we're just going to slop around here. I think the momentum is broken for whoever asked about that one. But BTU, back to the question. I liked it, and then I gave up on it when it just really slammed down. I saw this candle down here and thought, this is a really nice green candle bottoming tail. That's probably going to be the new defined range, and it was, but I didn't get back in. But it's grinding higher. It looks good. I don't know if you're already in it or thinking about getting in it, but I'll tell you where I might be interested in it, and you can actually already see it. You see that blue line? That blue line means it has not triggered yet. And since it's below the price, that means I'm using this blue line to tell me when the price consolidates and comes back down to meet the 10 and the 20. So you got a good question there. I've already kind of one step ahead of you. This is in my wheelhouse. I watch this stock. It's on my watch list right there. And you kind of get a feel for some of these things. And I'm certainly not going to chase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up days, but I will wait for a 2 or 3 day pullback down here to around 1220-ish. And that's the idea of those alerts. When that alert goes off, I will have completely forgotten about this conversation. But when that alert goes off, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I do like BTU. I was just waiting to be patient, waiting for the jump rope to come around again. So that's a great use of the price alerts. One thing I do want to do here is ARCH. I don't want to lose track of this one, so I just right click and I say send ARCH to my 401k track. Not everything in here is in my 401k, but some of it I keep an eye on. All right. Well, actually, I'm sorry. I didn't buy that in my 401k account. I bought that in another trading account, but I don't want to lose track of it, so I pop it into my high-low ticker here. That's all I meant to say. Easter eggs, it's another kind of a ticker, but I'm probably not in these. These are just things that I've mentioned in the past that might need to keep an eye on. So I don't really have a set scan that I go to all the time for swing trades. It's just me kind of taking my experience and surveying the market and looking for things that I like and passing on most of them, taking a few of them, and the remainder of them I'll set a price alert like I did in BTU, and it'll let me know when the price comes good. No, ARCH, I bought it. Okay, I think you understand now, Todd. Yeah, I bought it because I want to participate in what I'm expecting to be a blow-off short squeeze. If I was short this thing right now, I'm looking at a daily pattern of a nice little consolidation there. That's bullish. It's bullish because it's above all of its moving averages, and it's doing so with higher lows. So it keeps moving up and creating a new base camp. But this is the key. 32% of 14 million shares on a stock that has an almost 90 composite rating. These people are missing something, and I'm going to buy and hopefully exploit them. Their pain will hopefully become my pleasure. CYH did correct, and I think wants more upside. Let's see, CYH. CYH. Okay, so it's got a nice intraday pattern here. Look how it's holding my 2 key moving averages there, the 10, and also this blue line is basically a 5-day moving average using 15-minute candles. Now, I feel like CYH has made its move. We're definitely at the inflection point here. Okay, the 10 SMA is the first up. It's the first hurdle between these moving averages as well. So you got a lot of work to do pushing up through here. But at the moment, at this point in time, it looks intact. It looks like it wants to make an assault and really try and push through there. But don't be surprised if it can't make it through, if it makes an attempt and falls back. You just defer to the longer time frame and look at the chart and see, okay, well, there is a reason, or as I've been saying, an area of interest sitting right there as the declining 10 SMA. Yeah, Michael. So it might. It's making a move. It's just going to have to hang in there. But my key hurdles would be today, right here, and then the 1282, and then the probably the 13 level. Just don't be surprised if it takes a few days to chew through those. I've never really seen a chart chew back all through all 4 moving averages like a hot knife through butter. It's going to take a little bit of a mountain route through there, hopefully. Just telling some people why I like that ARCH trade. Okay, so GLK, we're looking at for BX. Okay, it's good. I like that you explained what you did. You missed an entry on the gap this morning. Would you still buy? That's probably going to be a great topic. Let's take a look. Blackstone. Okay. Very interesting level. Okay, so it had earnings. Here's why I don't chase 5 or 6 days, because you're just asking for 4 or 5 days of pullback. Bounced off its 50-day perfectly. It did, in fact, gap up. And look, it pulled back and it tried to test my 10 simple moving average here. So, I mean, if you're really eyeballing this sucker, let me just show you something. And if you were adept at being quick in your trades, I would say you could buy it right here and just lean on that level right there, 132.99, and hope that it obviously breaks out of that range. So this is kind of your range right here. You're risking that bottom orange line if you're a short-term trader to try and push through. Now, I feel like this could be an okay situation in this area, because when we look at the daily chart, where does this thing have room to go? It made its move off of earnings. It has consolidated off of earnings. It has shaken out all of the weak hands, and people are coming back in and buying. It's strong off of the 10-day simple SMA. Now, if you felt like you missed, this is what I really want to say. If you feel like you miss a trade, whether it's BX or whatever, and you watch it, what I always do on the gap ups is I wait for it to touch the 10 SMA. I always feel like I'm chasing it up here and here and here because it hasn't touched. But then it came back, and I probably, if I was stalking this thing, I would have taken that position right there and leaned on my 10 SMA, because both time frames do look pretty good. So I don't know what your time frame is, but you could buy here and just, you don't want to see this thing fall back below, that little low we had a half an hour ago. So, okay, Del Boca, you loaded your list. So I assume you're talking about ARCH. You're saying, why did I not wait for the breakout? Because sometimes I like to anticipate. And this is a perfect example of when I do want to anticipate. Again, I know from the data here that if the shorts lose that blue line, I would rather be in and anticipate a move above that blue line than trying to trade above that blue line, because everybody else is watching that. And the shorts are going to pile in. If this thing does get above, it could squirt to 108 real quick. And before you know it, you're getting 108 fill. So this is an example of an anticipation trade. Now, yes, I like the chart, but by itself, the chart is really not getting me excited about much of all. But it's not until I dig deeper into the data that I see this is a bubbling cauldron that could explode if the shorts decide they can't take anymore. And it won't take much to get this thing moving, because it's a low float stock of 14 million. So I understand your question. Why didn't I wait for the blue line? Because I feel like on these types of trades, I'd rather anticipate than react and try and participate on the tail end chasing with everybody else. It's much more fun to be in something that you expect to go, and it goes, and everybody's trying to chase after what you already have. Hello, perfect circle is the bottom end. It might be, if you missed what I said 20 minutes ago, the SPY finally gave us a nice, good correction off of that crazy trend line. Will this correction be enough to dig in and build a base camp here? Well, yesterday I got out of most of my TZA, and I'm glad I did, because I just kind of felt this coming, this consolidation. So very well could be the case. I hate to start talking about what the Fed's doing and dot plots and interest rate hikes by May, and is it 3, is it 5? It doesn't matter. All that matters is how the market is reacting in real time, and we use the footprints in the sand to tell us the temperature of the market. So right now, the shorts are probably once again very upset because they're not, hey, look at that. I'm already positioned. Let's see what it does. Archie. Love to see this thing just really cruise and explode up through there. NVIDIA. So yeah, the bottom could be in. I'm not going to call it a bottom. We'll call it a base camp. Perfect circle. I think a new base camp might be established here, because all three Qs, IWM and SPY, they are all doing the same thing. There's not one lagging the other. They're all having kind of similar moves. Perfect circle, NVIDIA. We'll come back to that. Arch, NVDA, which was a juggernaut back in the day. Interesting. Look at the 200-day moving average, guys, and the big investment picture. Very slow moving indicator, the 200-day. 2 or 3 tests failed to break the 200-day. So there's a solid underpinning, okay? Then there's our jump up. And here's what we've been talking about. Chart after chart, nice move up, little pullback of consolidation, building a new base camp. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. You've got the 200-day to lean on down there. What you're going to run right smack into, though, is, of course, this 50-day moving average that kind of rolled over. You can see once it tried to hold it all these days back here. And then once it broke, it broke. So it bounced off the 200, and now it's going to come back and have another test of the 50. But I think it looks good. I think it looks good. Oh, finally, silver. Maybe silver's starting to have a day. Arch did not squirt through as quickly as I thought it might, but we'll keep an eye on that. What I like to also do is watch the volume. The 5-minute volume is now 2 times normal. Our relative volume today is almost 2 times normal for the day. So that should be good. That should maybe help us get through. Okay, so your perfect circle, we're talking about the A table. And again, the key on this one is all of the work has been done for you to find a quote-unquote good-looking chart. Good-looking chart. Well, I can throw a bunch of filters in there, or I can use our stock composite rating. There's probably 10 technical data points in here and 4 or 5 fundamental balance sheet data points as well. They're all combined to create a score, and it's like a college grading curve. 80 is going to be the B students and above. Notice that ARCH is actually 93. It's moving up as we speak, so it's in the 90s now. It's a solid A. It's a solid A chart. That's why I call it the A table. But here's where the whole method comes in. What are people missing? I have a short float filter of minimum 15%. What are these people missing? These are such good charts on our composite rating, but why so many still stuck short? So then I come through and I sort by who has the biggest short float. And I compare it to the size of the float in circulation. This is a AAA setup for me on the short squeeze. There we go. Come on, go. Because I know it's more than just the chart. It's more than just a good chart. It's people that are stuck. Now I start to disregard the stuff down here. It doesn't have as much bang for the buck. But this is bang for the buck. 31% of 14 million in circulation are on the wrong side of this thing. How do they get out? They have to buy. And usually they buy in a panic because they're buying with people who also want to buy to go long. And we're trying to find a short squeeze. So my entire thesis for taking this trade was based off the A table at the top, looking at the percent of people short and the amount of shares in circulation. This is just asking for a short squeeze. And it would be fun if it would do exactly what we want it to do here before I leave at the top of the hour, to kind of make a real-time point. I know Barry doesn't share his trades with you at exits, but I don't do that every day. I'm willing to do that on this one. So hopefully that helps. Perfect circle. I've seen many scanners showing stocks reaching a yearly or all-time high. I'm used to people look for bottom and swing out plays. What are your thoughts for swinging stocks reaching yearly or all-time highs? Well, my thoughts right off the bat is if you go to, and I'm not going to leave my channel because I like to leave my tickers up. If you go to the Traders Vault, in there is an older scan that I created that basically preceded the A table, and it's the same concept, except we're not using, and it's called Squeeze Me, by the way. Go in there, go in that channel and look for the one called Squeeze Me. And when you find Squeeze Me, right-click and save it to your cloud, okay? And then you can bring it up in your layout. But what the Squeeze Me is doing is it's looking for stocks that also have a high short float that are at the all-time highs. So that's one way to play. I can bring that up actually without going to the channel. It's in my my cloud. Squeeze Me. Squeeze 52. So that would mean squeeze 52 high, version 2. Do I have anything in there? There's nothing in there. It's an alert. I want the top list. Let's go back to this one. Top list. Squeeze me. Load. Anything in there? Boy, there's nothing in there because there's not a lot of things at all-time highs, but let's take a look. The way I had this one set up was short float. Okay, let's bring the short float down a little bit to 15% maybe. Price 5 to 200. Float is at least, okay, float's at least 100 million shares, I think, or 10 million. Position, so this is the key right here, Del Boca. This is the key for this type of scan. Position in 1 year range. What I've done is I've used 95th percentile. So they might not be at all-time highs, so it's kind of an anticipatory trade, just like I was talking about earlier. I don't want to wait for it to trigger. I want to see the thing setting up, find the diamond in the rough, and position myself and jump in there and see if it's something that I can anticipate. Of course, you could change this to 97 or 98, which will just get you closer to the all-time high and average daily volume. Let's see if anything comes in there. Okay, so I lowered my threshold of short. Remember, I had that at 30, and I said, oh, that's way too high. That probably is not why we're seeing anything in here. So I lowered it to 15%, kind of like the A table. I'll send it to you guys. Don't worry, Iris. And let's see what we got here. So we get 3. All right, look at this. Let's look at our data points. 120 million in the float. Okay, so right off the bat, MDRX is very close to breaking out of a 1 year high. I don't know what that metric is. Let's see. Do I have it in here? Okay, position and range. I'm going to have to change that. Properties, graphical indicator. Perfect. I took off graphical indicator. So that's position in today's range. I want position in 1 year range. So let's do that. Let's configure that. Position in year range. There it is. Show column. Okay. Okay. Where's my position in year? Let's turn that data score off. Properties. Graphical indicator off. There you go. So drag and drop. There we go. I've got my... So we got MDRX. It's at 99.5 position in year range. Now we're not doing all-time highs here. We're just doing 52-week. We can do all-time high, just to go back and show you the position and range family. Position and lifetime range, right there. So let me add that column too. We won't scan for it, but let's add that column and see what those values are. Again, it's going to be a cylinder score, so let's take that graphic off. Properties, graphic off. Okay, so that's good to know. Let's bring this over as well. Okay, so there's my data points. This is really all I want to see, and you can just scroll it like that. Let's talk about it first, and I'll share it. So MDRX is almost at an all-time high, 98.7 percentile. So if I zoom back on this, yeah, that's an all-time high. This is looking pretty interesting, okay? A lot of shares, 120 million in circulation, but 23% of those are still short at last reading. This could be week-old data, could be almost 2 weeks old data. That's just how that data works. It gets updated twice a month. So this is something that you could use to try and find stocks that are close to all-time highs or 52-week highs. I'm scanning for 52, but you can see this one down here, PBF, nowhere near a lifetime high, but it is a 52-week high. ECPG, different story. This is an all-time highs right here. And we got 21% short, only 28 million. So these two stocks could be interesting. Let's take a look at that one. Now, that looks a lot more fun right there, doesn't it? ECPG, that's an anticipatory trade. If I had seen this a couple days ago and was looking for things like this, I might jump in that. So now we've kind of missed the boat. I don't think I would take a position up here at 69. So I'm always using these scans to try and look for things that are consolidating and might give us a chance, just like my ARCH is consolidating. We've got a chance because of the possible short squeeze data in there. So I'm going to save this and give this to you. Who asked for that? Del Boca, I think. Yeah. And anybody else who wants it, I know Iris wants it. Copy, and we'll call this Squeeze Me. And it's got all the new columns that I adjusted in there for you. Yeah, you're right. There's no look left on all-time highs. And so if you can find something at all-time highs like this ECPG that is still short 22% of 28 million, I probably would have taken that. If I was looking for this stuff and I was talking to you guys and this is what it looked like, I might have did what I did with ARCH. But I'm not going to chase up here. We've had good days of movement. You buy this breakout and chase the money because you feel like your fear of missing out, which is a very strong emotion. You're going to have to learn how to ditch that FOMO and wait for your pitch. Wait for the jump rope to come back around and circle around so you don't get tripped up. Arch. Is that a skydiving nod, Peter? Arch. Where would you put the stop for Arch? Iris. Let's take a look. Where I'm going to. Right now it's a mental stop. There is no positive stop. Pretty simple to me. Iris. I need this to continue to hold the 10 moving average. I don't think I'm going to be patient enough to give it to the 20. So the minute this thing, today, tomorrow, the next day, next week, the minute it posts a close above that, below that moving average, I'm out. Now, if this thing shoots up and the squeeze is on and I got a giant green candle, I might take a third off just because I can. Just because it's fun, like I said, to have something that you have that everybody else wants in a panic. And a lot of times, feeding portions, a third, a quarter, a half out, while they're reaching up and chasing with both hands. That's an old expression from the Chicago pits. They're buying with both hands vigorously. Palms out. That would be my stop, Iris. This thing has to continue to move higher. But again, if I get my move, I'm not in this thing for the long haul. A day and a half. This is a perfect opportunity for a day and a half trade. Let's say this thing catches fire today and moves up to 110 today, maybe even higher. I'll call this day one. And then I will be looking to be a seller, believe it or not, possibly midday tomorrow when it shows it's starting to run out of juice, just like that JOBY was trying to do, running out of juice. That's my signal right there. I'll be watching ARCH tomorrow. If it has a great day today and has a good day tomorrow, I'll be watching that indicator right there, and that's where I'll probably take profits on the intraday. But a stop loss, as you asked, that means where do I throw in the towel on a losing trade? That would be probably below the 10 SMA right there. All right, so hopefully you have that there, Iris, the cloud link. Yeah, Arch is going up. Still trying to figure out Peter's joke, Arch. Because I used to be a skydiver, and that's all we used to hear, jumping out the friggin' plane door, closing your eyes. Okay, so you guys got Squeeze Me. I'm going to save this one back. I already saved it to cloud to share with you guys, so I'm just going to close that. I mentioned in my webinar, who was in my webinar last night? I mentioned keep an eye on the airlines today. Southwest looked like it was ready to keep going. And it did. Southwest, JetBlue, both having decent days in the airlines for whatever reason. Where did I buy that? I bought that at 106.14. So I'm just going to put that down. 106.14 is my entry. Just to kind of rough gauge it. Let me know if it goes back below my entry. All right, guys, a couple more minutes here, then Barry's coming back in. Yes, Jets. Keep that eye open on Jets. That's what I was saying last night. JP was there. Michael likes to buy pinch plays where company shares hit a low to pinch where the two black bands get tight, like LEVI. Okay, so the Bollinger Bands, I think is what you mean. Yeah, I don't have Bollinger Bands on my chart, but I can tell you that Levi broke through that declining 50, and that's a big one. So if this thing closes above its declining 50, that's a big victory for this thing in the last 2 weeks. It changed lanes, popped above the 10, held the 10, popped above the 20, held the 20 and the 10. Now it's popped above the 50. That's what I see when I look at that. I'm not a real Bollinger Bands user, so I can't really help much on the pinch plays. What I refer to as a pinch play is when I see something pinching in between the moving averages. I will go back to what was it? Might have been Q. Yeah, I'll go back to no. It was an intraday one. Never mind. Well, Jets is the ETF for the airlines, so and now it's made its move. Yesterday was day one. Today is day two. It's running right smack into the 200-day moving average. So the airlines have had a rough go of it. And as you can see, the 200 played a roll back here and here. So we're going to have an interesting little party coming up here to see, is this the time when the airlines get out of their funk? Maybe it is. These were the two plays that I put on the trade of the week on Monday to keep an eye on. CFVI really had a good move. DWAC did also, but it has since reversed. But it's not bothering me. This is an investment, not a position. As long as it just adheres to these moving averages and keeps grinding higher, I'm okay with that. Oh, good. I'm glad, JP. That's good. I'm glad you tuned in and got something out of it. I should have bought some of that in my mom's account too. I got like 4 accounts at once. Sometimes I forget to buy another stuff. All right. Anything else that we need to cover before I bring Barry back in? DCFC, somebody's telling me. Oh, we forgot to look at Mesa, didn't we? Yeah, there's a few out there. Mesa, okay. We've also got ALK, Alaska. And I think we've got Ryanair, R-Y-A, Ryanair. Here it is. It's a weird symbol. More European, transatlantic. And that's about it, isn't it? And Delta. Oops. They all kind of look alike. Oh, Delta is actually looking really good because in relation to its 200-day, how does that look compared to Love? See, look at that. Love, JetBlue. JetBlue's pushing it, but Delta technically is the strongest of the three of them. Now, again, I wouldn't buy today. We've had a beautiful move, but start watching for some consolidation. I'm going to maybe pop a price alert in there right at the 200-day, and the other moving averages may even catch up by then. Come on. It's locking up on me. I'm going to put a price alert in there. Yes. Okay. Last question. If I want to use a tabbed alerts so I have more on screen, do I have to do a dock? Yeah, you're going to want a docked layout to give yourself some more screen space usage. I don't use the dock window. I'm total dinosaur, old school. I just keep it the way it's always been. But if you need some more help, come into live chat or come into our info@trade-ideas.com, and we have some good support manual links that we can drop in there that have videos and graphics and things like that. All right, guys, I'm going to let Barry know I am ready and thirsty. CF for a possible setup. Yes, that does look good. And I'll tell you what, I've been noticing these agricultural names have been perking up lately. I really do like this. It's a beautiful consolidation. The test of the 10 SMA, I'll just leave you with this. This is why I wait for the close, all right? I wait for the close to say, hey, that was a test, and it popped right back up and passed the test for the bulls. I like it. And I also like that sector. So the agriculture sector is looking good. Let's end on that one, GLK. That's a good looking chart. All right, Barry's back in. He'll take it from here. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for all the good feedback and questions. Bye-bye.
And I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Zach's not here. I don't know if anybody in the room has Center Point. I don't know how much it would cost if I'm looking right now at, yeah, I mean, it's not that it's not shortable at Interactive Brokers, but they'd have to locate them at a big fee. So, I mean, I don't even bother. So the way I look at it, if, there's not like a lot of firms that can pile in and start shorting this and driving the price down by shorting. So, I mean, I don't know where it's going. Don't get me wrong. I don't know where it's going. But at least you don't have that to worry about. That, oh man, you're going to get millions of shares coming in short. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, look at the volume. I think right here, though, William, I think yes, this is the area that I was, I kept putting price alerts in the 1720s to 30s level. And once that volume started coming in, I said, okay, do it. I mean, chasing it now, yeah, absolutely. But here's a little 2-bar pullback. I don't know where this is going. I don't have very much left from my third buy-in, but I'm hanging on just in case. Yeah, CFVI is in tank mode. Yeah, that's a big red bar, and that is shortable. I'm just wondering, I mean, the reason they popped, I mean, yes, it's sort of the DWAC deal, but I think the reason it was popping is because, the rumor was that they offered Rogan 100 million to come from Spotify. Now, maybe there's something going to come out and saying, he's definitely not going to leave. I don't know. There you go. Thank you, Rob. That's what I thought. Without actually seeing. See, sometimes you don't even need to see the news. You just know. I was going to say, yeah. I'd have to change. I'd have to start talking sports. That's my true passion. But instead, I'm stuck in a stock trading room. Okay, taking a breath here and just watching to see if the CFC can hold 19 at least. Oh, Peter, moving average lines are based on the period. Well, yeah, I mean, you know what, Peter? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't use a lot of moving averages. I mean, I've got the 200-day moving average on the daily chart, and that's about it. I shouldn't say that. I've got the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on different time frames. Oh, the devs, I'm sorry, looking into supporting moving average with a period different from the chart. Oh, I see. That I don't know. You can send something to info@trade-ideas.com. I haven't seen that type of a question come up, but you can always ask the question and see what happens. Okay? I have no idea. Really don't know. It's nothing that I've heard them talk about. Yeah, so yeah, I should have been watching Spot at the same time. Yeah. One goes up, the other goes down. Bill Miller on CNBC. Let's take a look at Tupperware, see what it's doing. Is it an earnings play? It is not yet. It'll be an earnings play in a couple of weeks. Wow, look at that. Yeah, no kidding. Casa, nice spot here. Tupperware, just big pop here. So I don't know. Have they? I don't know. They haven't pre-released, but are they hinting at what might come? Boy, guys, I don't think this DCFC is quite dead yet. It'll be incredible if it takes out 20. Party at my house. Oh, there's no question. There's no question that Tupperware will look like a good short probably very soon. I mean, this is just, it's a big move. 16 to 1737, 45 million in the float. And that's in 2 minutes. I mean, that's a 2 minute move. So that is your parabolic move. And yeah, it's showing up on Zach's top list. Topping tail list, I should say, sorry. Okay, so now CFVI, the only way it moves up is if, in theory, if DWAC starts moving up to a certain extent. Let's take a look left on that weekly chart for TUP. The next high is 1879, so I mean, it still, in theory, has room. And on the daily, I can't see anything. So it still has some room. 1879 on the weekly. Anyway, guys, I'm just trying to keep my eye. I mean, I said this earlier. No, these are not easy. If you're new to trading, these are not easy. You know, trying to short tops, figuring out where the top is. I mean, there's sort of a method, but they're not easy. Also, trying to play bounces. If you're new to trading, you know, I would kind of shy away from this. And again, if you're new to trading. Boy, that TCS, what a reversal. That's the one I shorted earlier. Took about a nickel loss on it. And look what it did. Look what it's doing. It's it's coming right back. That's that the container store, TCS, earnings play. Still no IPOs today. We have some SPACs come out, but no IPOs. None of those cheap IPOs. I can't wait for them to launch. Yeah, I mean these little topping. Well, there's only one. There's a couple of little topping tails here in the 5-minute chart. Ah, you may have missed it. Ah, okay. Well, I got a little bit, but not a lot of, and I just maybe just a scalp. I'm not sure. I mean, it's not perfect. Here's that ADMA. Now it's below the ADMA on the 2-minute chart. That's the only reason I have a 2-minute chart up. Just maybe to try to time some of these tops. The low right there is 1716, so I don't know. Talking about top, of course. Man, it's a little bit choppy here. Okay, I'm out. Took a little loss on that top. I'll try again, maybe later. Had a little gain, turned into a little loss. Yeah, that is, yes, so far anyway. You know what I'm doing on this DCFC is I'm sticking an alert at around 1854. I'm completely out of it now, but I want to stick an alert around 1854. Why? Those are the highs of the bodies of the 250-minute candles. So I'm going to sort of discount the tops and see if it takes out, gets above this area later on. Boy, that was a big move down for that CFVI. because that was a 2-minute chart from 1573 down to 14. Almost a $2 drop. CPSS, you guys are talking about CPSS. I don't see it. I don't see that I've, yeah, great move. Holy smokes, no kidding. Not, I wonder why it's, the volume is just a little bit light. Most of my scans, I think, are like 500,000 shares, so that would be a reason. But an all-time high. Yeah, it would have made the 10-day daily breakout, obviously, but the volume is just a little bit light. But a great move. I don't see any news for it. I do see on the 3rd, they announced the renewal of a $100 million credit facility. But other than that, I don't see any current news for CPSS. It got a Forbes cheers. Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, the monthly, yeah, I mean, it's just been running. That's a long time, though. I mean, I never would have held through all this, but man, oh man. Yeah, nice 15-minute, 12 to 14, $2 on a $14 stock. Tremendous. All right, Tup, are you ready this time? Boy, look at this thing tumbling down now. Absolutely tumbling down. CFVI. Meanwhile, KAVL is on the run again, guys. It's a bit of a sneaky one, you know. It just sort of chops around for several hours, and then boom, and it's a low float. 11.2 million in the float. 20 million have traded. Still don't see any specific news on it. I see nothing on this one. Well, I'll stick an alert around 1736 for top, but this is not giving up easily. All right, guys, I shall return. Who said that? All right, guys, I'm back. So, Pamela, I'm not sure I understand your question. So, you watch the video, you know how to connect, you know you have to connect to the right port. Okay, so you have to connect to the right port. I can't remember if it's 96, 97 or 96. It's some port I don't even know how to look for it. But you have to connect to the right port. You have real-time data from IB. So when you say the SIM option, are you talking about within Brokerage Plus? Okay, so you don't, when you say the SIM option, okay, so you see Brokerage Plus, you see Live and SIM underneath. So when you connect to IB and you click on Live, what's happening? You have to have the right port within IB. Chris will definitely know, okay? But so you can, if you want, you can go to our homepage and ask for Chris and ask. But you know, as far as I know, it's as long as you've selected the right port and you've got live data. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So it's 7496. Can you check to see if you're connected? 7496. Port 7496. I'm not even sure where you see it. I'm sorry, you know, it's just that I've set this up 5 years ago and I haven't looked at it since. And I'm afraid to click on anything. I don't want to destroy whatever I've got. Settings, config, API, thank you. Okay. Files. How come I can't see settings? I don't see file settings. I see save settings. Is it under global configuration? I don't see API. I'm embarrassed, sort of, but I haven't looked at this for 5 years, sorry. But that's probably it, though. I'm in IB, yeah, I'm in IB. Mosaic. All right, guys, DCFC is coming a tumbling down. Are you talking global configuration, Pepe? I don't have like anything that just says configuration. So I have global configuration. Ah, there's API. And then settings. Ah, there we are. Socket port 74. Boy, I haven't looked at this forever. Okay. Maybe the menu is just slightly different. So, Pamela, if yours is like mine, you click on File from the tool from IB's toolbar, then click on Global Configuration, okay, and then click on API, and that'll explode a little bit, and then click on Settings, and you should see somewhere top quarter where it says Socket Port, and if it doesn't say 7496, change it to 7496, okay? Yeah, one more time. File, global configuration, API. Click on API, and then underneath it should say settings, and then that'll tell you. That's probably the issue. Okay, let's take a look at Tupperware now. Wow, Tup. I mean, this is still pretty strong. Meanwhile, KAVL, another move up here. Still can't see any news. Look at this. Red bar ignored on the daily chart for KAVL. Red bar ignored on the daily chart for KAVL. It's pretty bullish. Let me back this weekly out and just sort of see what we see here. So the next high is 296 on the weekly chart. Is that right? Yeah, 296. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just pointing it out. Yeah, watch yourself on that TUP. I mean, that TUP is still strong. 1783 now. Yeah. Okay, well that's for simulation trading, Pamela. That's for their simulator. Okay, so and my Bluetooth just died. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I've been having some audio issues after that Microsoft update last night from my computer. I haven't had issues like this for a while on those updates. Sometimes that happens. All right, there we go. Back again. Yeah, then I really can't help. If you're not, what are you trying to do within Brokerage Plus? You've clicked on live, and now you're trying to click on to take a trade in here, and it's not sending it to IB. Yeah, that's definitely because I don't do it, so that's why I really can't tell you. But yeah, Chris will know. Boy, KAVL, what the heck did these guys? I know what they do. I can read it, but why are they moving? I still don't see any news. Man, that's a 71-cent stock 5 days ago. 4 days ago, 71-cent stock. There's a triple right here. I have to check back here to see what sort of news there might have been on the 3rd of February to get this thing rolling. So it says, I don't know what this has got to do. Biddy Vapor wins judicial stay of FDA's marketing denial. Okay, so that was the news here. That's what sparked it. Oh, I see. So they're the exclusive global distributor of this product. So that was the news here. And boy, that is just put this on a jet stream. So no news today, but this is just a continuation of the news or the enthusiasm for buying it because of the news. Well, BKKT, yeah, 767. There's your key right there. 767 right over here. What did it get to? Got to 748. Because if it does take that out, and then the next area is around 870. Potentially. Okay, so that's why Vroom is up also, VRM, or was up anyway. So I keep waiting for one of these things to open. One of these IPOs to open. I guess it's not going to happen today. Especially these ones, something like the DRCT, 3 million between 4 and 6, AUST. I guess I got it twice. I guess I can get rid of that one. Got it a few times. I think I was demonstrating how to do it. But it also changed, this says 3.3 and now it says 2. Anyway, when they open, we'll know about it. It'll pop up on my price alerts and we will certainly know about them. Michael, I guess you don't read news at all. The question is, why is CFVI down so much? Because the reason why it was popping a couple of days ago is because they had made an offer to Rogan to come over, and he's rejected it. Well, guys, this is another one. Earnings play from yesterday, continuing, CHGG. Facebook, $15 off that low of yesterday, I believe. Yeah, DCFC may not be over. I mean, look at this. Look at this bounce from 16, almost about $1.50 or so, maybe even a little bit more. Takes out the high of that candle. That could get it rolling again. 1820, what is it, right here? About 1801 or so. Could get it rolling again. Meanwhile, Nova and Run are starting to move down. All right, guys. Well, let's see about top now. Now, Real was talking about the 8 EMA and the 5-minute chart, so it's still quite a ways away. It is sitting on the 2-minute, 8 EMA on the 2-minute. Just keeping an eye on this top here, guys. I don't want to let it get through 18 again. So Pamela, if you're still here and you get an answer from Chris, let me know or let others know, because it made no sense if you're connected to the right port and you have live data, real-time data, and you connected correctly up here. And. Okay, come on now. The bid's got to catch up to, or the ask has got to catch up to the bid on the top a little bit. So it's basically where I shorted it. So, and that's the top TUP. Okay, okay. Yeah, you have to oh yeah, you have to select the broker, exactly. Isn't that in the video? I may be wrong. I thought it was in the video, but well, okay. I mean, it influenced the buying, but is it going to have the staying power? I mean, we're not looking for I'm not looking for it to collapse all the way back down, but I mean that's what spurred it on. But you know, there's always going to be people like ourselves, some in the room, who are going to be looking for tops, and it doesn't mean that you know I'm writing it down to zero. Just trying to make you know maybe get down to the 40s if it can. Looks like there's you know pretty good support right around the 40 level. Well, I mean, it's good to know why something happened, though. I mean, come on, like the CFVI. If you don't know that that's the reason, you know, why did it drop? Well, it's good to know that Rogan said no. Um, so at least you have an idea, and so you wouldn't expect it to really bounce that much right back, as if it's just kind of fluffy news. That's not fluffy news. I mean, that's you know, I mean that's what caused it to go up, and that's what's causing it to come down. All right, gentlemen, start your engines again for the DFCY. I can't. DCFC. This is where this little top list racing thing has helped on the DCFC. You know, earlier, I mean, look at this. I mean, earlier this was really racing, and I would never see this otherwise because it's not making a new high. So all of these, it would never show up in any one of my scans. So this has helped me looking at things coming from, you know, maybe the middle of the pack. Okay, guys, I'm out of the top again. Ooh. All right, guys, I am now concentrating, you know, obviously on the DCFC. All right, there's a 10% drop for KEVL. Let's see if it holds two and moves from there. Meanwhile, Lyft is continuing after its earnings yesterday to move a little bit higher. Now, having said all that about CFVI, it is now, is it moving with DWAC? No, actually it's not moving with DWAC. It's kind of moving on its own. So it's turned into a bit of a bounce play. Guys, I've got an issue with my platform, I think. How are your charts, guys? In term, I'm going to have to take a look at to see if something's happened. Well, at least on the development version for me, they're definitely behind on the development version for me. Charts are fine for you, okay? Maybe it just took a while. Now, don't confuse lagging with the 7 to 8 second update. Okay, that takes place. That's not the same. I'm going to check my my speed, see, make sure it's not going crazy. Okay, I guess everything's okay now. I'm just looking here. Yeah, the one that wasn't updating was sort of stuck up here at 1850 or so, and yet I knew it was down around 1740. And that wasn't just the 8 second update. So anyway, okay. Meanwhile, run continues to move down here, guys. Run. This is from the gap up and reverse scan. A little bit choppy. TUP is still pretty strong. Yeah, well, I think it will depend on what happens with DWAC too. Trade 25. You know, if DWAC doesn't pop, you know, there'd be, in theory, no reason for CFVI to really move. In theory. Well, I mean, the volume has really dropped off, but it hasn't really dropped that much. I'm talking about the top. I mean, obviously there was the big pop. Decent volume here. The volume, what time is it now? 157. So the volume is dropping off. Just looking at the volume, guys, now, we have another little over a minute. A little over a minute for that candle to close. That bar to close. It should be, maybe about the same size, but the minute when that volume really starts to decrease, that's when, we might be able to strike again. Yeah, JP, yeah, just the individual scans. So if you go to my homepage, you know how to get to my homepage? Yeah, just the individual scans. I may put something together as a layout for the test drive, but I may have to create two of them, one doc version and one non-doc version. But to answer your question, yeah, you kind of pick and choose what you want. Because, for instance, I've got that gap continuation reverse, which I'm really paying attention to. I may slide it into here for the test drive. I may do that because it's will still be an earnings season. That's we get a lot of stocks in earnings season in that one because those are the ones that typically give us the big moves. There's another one. Wow, my goodness. Yeah, keep away. I mean, it's tough. It's still really strong. Really strong. No, from the channel bar, all you get is this, and I think the option scanner. Obviously, well, if you go there, you'll see exactly what it is. So it is not an updated. My current layout, no, it's got nothing to do with that channel. Nothing. I mean, obviously, I have these in the channel, and also I think I have the option scanner. Speaking of that, I mean, not bad. 1757. I haven't been paying as much attention to it, guys. I've been really paying attention to the gap continuation or reversal scan, but doesn't mean you have to. I mean, that option scanner was treated us so well for several months. Well, the next high looking left is 1879 for TUP. I cannot lose sight of this DFC. I cannot lose sight of it. I've got a couple of alerts set here for DCFC. All right, well, speaking about DWAC and CFVI, DWAC, this is what I'm looking at, guys. So this is starting to move, and this may, further the bounce for this one. But remember, that was the news. Rogan, no go. But, this one always, well, not always, but essentially piggybacking on this before this, being DWAC, before any of the Rogan stuff. Yeah, the WSB guys, they're not trade. They have nothing to do with fundamentals, or well, certainly not fundamentals, but technical. They don't care. They said let's buy this and we'll move it higher. Well, William, your apps is still your apps, and like everybody says, my this, my that. So your apps is APPS is making another new high. Tupperware another new high. Facebook another new high. Markets are just having a great day. Always, always looks good in retrospect, though. Facebook, my goodness. Okay. So the next high looking left for Facebook is 238. That's 2 days ago. Maybe, PJ. Maybe. Yeah, listen, the BKKT, if it takes out that 767, it mini struggle right there. It takes that out, then it's got some room still, yes. BKKT. It's a crypto play, right? Kind of a crypto play. This DCFC will be really interesting after hours, I think. Or maybe even towards the end of the day in the last hour, and then after hours if it takes out these highs. I'm not in this right now, but I'm itching to get back in around that, that 820 mark or so. See if it takes that out and attacks that high, which was 1975. Almost got to 20. Mr. Wonderful has spoken, all right? Okay, wow, that went down. Okay, I got my price alert. All right. Well, I didn't know which one it was, and now I'm looking, so it actually moved down. All right, well, forget about that for a while anyway. Okay, guys, well, there it is, 767. Now, can it really run through there? That's the BKKT. Right at this 767, guys, right at it. I can give you a detailed user guide, Fred, and it is detailed. Somebody asked, where can I find a detailed user guide? It is very, very detailed. So let me just give you the home page. I'll show you how to get there. Okay, I just put in my homepage link. Okay, so when you click on that, Fred, you'll be brought to this page. Here, let me get to the front page. Okay, so you'll be brought to this page. Click on the education section. And then right here, TI user guide. Very, very, like it's, everything's in here. These are sections that you can click on, but if you're looking to, full table of contents, okay, everything is searchable. So there is a great user guide now for you, all right? It's still struggling, you know. It's still struggling to really take out that 767, and that's the BKKT. Maybe the next time. Maybe the next time it takes it out, it'll just soar. So I'll reset my alert and put it there. All right, guys, 218. So let me just checking some of my thumbnails. Not my thumbnails on my hand, my chart thumbnails. I am keeping an eye on the CFVI just as a trade. That's all, of course. I'm watching to see how it's trading along with. Well, that's all we got, Fred. It's not a, when you say a commercial video, I don't know what you mean. I mean, it's a, there are videos, it's text and everything. Did you even look? I mean, I'm not sure what more you want. You know, I click on sound alerts. Here it is. And there's even a little, there are videos, yes, but it's all text-based too. So I'm not really sure what you want. Ah, if you're, are you talking about, are you using the web-based version as opposed to downloadable application? On that, I don't know. I freely admit I don't know. This is really geared for the app. So if you're using our web-based version, I'm afraid I don't know. I probably can't help you. You might want to go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask. Now, there's that CPSS that was mentioned earlier. Little base right there, and now another pop for it, CPSS. Wow, CPSS. What's the spread like on that? Not terrible, 6 cents. No, CPSS, this is really intriguing. This little break right here. Maybe you could give me an example, Fred. I still don't quite know. You say a channel described on the website is not the channel you have on the desktop application. So maybe give me an idea of what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, I think that might be it for the DCFC. This is not a good. It's not a good look right now. Okay, this if it takes this out, the 16 takes that out. That's not a good look. Boy, I haven't seen this one in a long time. Corsair. Actually, it released earnings after hours. No real big reaction, but here it is, CRSR. There's a big IPO back here. Had a nice run at one point from about 16 up to 52, and it fell back to earth. It is an earnings play. Not that much not many in the float either. It's just been very, very slow. I usually shy unless you get some volume coming in, big volume coming in to push this. I mean, it might be just kind of a dreary type of a trade. Meanwhile, yeah, the SPY is, I mean, it had a little lift here, but just kind of, maybe I have to back this out. That gives a little bit of an idea of what the SPY is doing now. All right, guys, I am just looking at some of my thumbnail charts and not really seeing too much that's interesting. The only one that's kind of moving a little bit is this MDTT. Again, rumor laden earnings play, but that's not, that's not what this is all about. Again, yesterday, rumor that Microsoft is taking a look at them. All right, big bottoming tail. You too, Jay. Have a nice evening at the pub. How's that for a stereotype? Or stereotyping you? So bottoming tail now for BKKT. just got to take this out with like vengeance, okay? The 767 area. Well, Jen, good luck. I guess, Fred, you must have left, okay? Meanwhile, this has come right back up. KAVL has come right back up. Remember the last time I saw this, it was sitting on 2, was a 10% drop, and now it's come right back up. And look at the volume. Look at the volume. I mean, there's big volume that's coming in. That's almost the biggest volume bar of the day. In fact, not almost, it is. And what time is it? So it just closed. That volume bar just closed. That's the biggest volume bar of the day, guys, for KAVL. You know, let's put a lid on this thing. This is going a little too long. I mean, Shady Williams has been around for a long time. People seem to like the way he posts. I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But let's just sort of put a lid on this one, okay? Okay, guys, there's the BKKT again. Trying to get maybe through that 767. William has said many times, don't trade like me. Okay, he adds to, but he's got a certain idea. And I'm not sure that new people follow the way he trades. So let's put a lid on it, okay? Well, Jen, your MNDT, where'd you get in at it? Obviously, it was yesterday. All right, guys, well, it's 2:30 already. Okay, so I'll be muting myself in about half an hour. The room will be open until 3:30. Just one more talk about the test drive. Okay, so when you click on the test drive link, you will see this. We do this about 3 or 4 times a year. Give you a great opportunity to try trade ideas out. You'll have access to the premium service except for auto trading. No auto trading, okay? It starts on Monday, runs to the 28th inclusive. That is 10 trading days. It'll cost $11.11. Now, on Friday, about 20 minutes after the market closes. So we'll say 4:20. You should have access to the program, and so you can play around with it, balance on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But also, Chris Varley will be in our YouTube room on Friday from 3:30 onwards, okay? I don't know what time he'll quit, but he's prepared to stay in there for a long time, helping people, especially, you can come in for other questions too, but especially if you're a part of the test drive and you have questions. And I think he's going to make himself available Saturday and Sunday. And he'll probably, if you go to the room today, he'll probably tell you exactly when on Saturday and Sunday. So, when the test drive is over, again, it costs $11.11. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, okay? Don't have to worry about that. We don't put you into a subscription. Also open to those of you who have our standard service and would like to try our premium service, see what it's like. This is why people want to take a look at it. These are the alerts today, short of NEWR, TDC, but this is the presentation of the AI. It's very simple. I mean, simple in terms of the presentation. You have an entry price, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. So again, we only do this 3 or 4 times a year. So if you can afford $11.11, a little over $1 a day for the actual trading days, but you'll actually have 2 weekends too. So good opportunity to try us out. It isn't done yet. It may not be done yet. Yes. It's just you got to be careful. All right, Corsair, a little bit of a move for Corsair. Okay, take a look at my home page now. Just go over this briefly. It's not Ari, it's Barry. Let's get that right. Okay, so you click on my link and this is what you'll see. So 3 free sections. Well, first of all, if you do want to take out a subscription, here's where you do it. You click on Get Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off. The first month only, or the entire year, of course. So this is how much it costs. $22.68 a year, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Again, the big difference is the AI. But you can go month to month if that's what you want. $118, $228. You can get that 15% discount for the first month only. So 3 free sections. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education. Now I think it's a great. Somebody was talking to somebody in our YouTube room that was questioning, but he's not back, so I don't know exactly what the issue was. But I think the user guide is excellent. I mean, there it is, and it's all sectioned. So you have some major sections are here, but you have a full table of contents, which is searchable. So I'm not quite sure what the gentleman was saying he couldn't find. But anyway, this is it. Now, this is really relevant to the app, okay? It's probably there are some differences in our website or our web-based version and the downloadable application. So this is really appropriate for the downloadable application. I have no idea on the website if you're using our web-based version. Now, if you're taking the test drive or you're brand new to trade ideas, please, this is the first thing you probably should do. Take a look at the introductory lessons. All the basic features are covered here. What is a top list, build a top list, alert windows, etc. Okay? All the basic features are covered right there. And again, the daily support sessions. So Chris will be there today between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. And again, extended hours Friday and some hours on Saturday and Sunday to help out in support for the people taking the test drive. Tomorrow will be the last webinar for a couple of weeks, but you can sign up for them all right here. And then back to basics. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? Last, my scans. If you want my scans, I'm sharing a lot of scans right here. Okay, so you can kind of pick and choose what you might like to see. And as always, a lot of information here. Save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. There you go. JP said he took a look at the Back to Basics over the weekend, free video series that Michael did. He thought it was pretty good. So, as far as CPI, I have no idea. Usually that's before the market opens, right? 5:30 or 8:30 Eastern. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Well, it's funny you say that because we do have some affiliates and they charge for the scans that are so readily available. Easy to make, readily available from us for free because you need the program. But if they can make a buck selling our scans. It's a 5 million float. It makes a lot more sense. Oh, I don't know who they are. In terms of who they are, I have no idea. Well, I shouldn't say no idea. I mean, I just know they exist. All right, guys, I am actually keeping an eye on this KAVL to see if it has one more little surge here. This is so interesting. There's still room for it. And we want the red bar ignored on the daily chart. All right, you might want to keep an eye on CFVI. CFVI, if it, I think I have an alert set for this one. Yeah, you can see what could happen. Takes out that 1439, you know, it's 19 cents away. Hey, it may get rolling, but you know what? What do we need? Hands up. We need volume, right? We need some volume. Look at the volume, completely dried up. Now it's a little bit skewed because of this one, but still, you need some volume to pop it through. Ah, that was solved. Good, good, good. Just a minute. I probably would, perfect circle. Yeah, too many interesting ideas though. You've got to, I'm joking around with perfect circle in our YouTube room. One of the pitfalls, guys, seriously, is having I actually have too many right now. I'm going to have to make a decision on a couple, but having too many windows open, too many alert windows open, okay? Now, it's okay if these alert windows are only giving, you know, 4 or 5 alerts a day. You know, that's manageable. But if you've got, you know, 5 or 6 alert windows and they're firing off left and right all day long, you'll never get anything done, okay? I bet your perfect circle probably has 20. So... And the reason is we don't want that's a classic FOMO, the fear of missing out on any sort of a setup that's out there. You've just got to say to yourself, okay, look, I'm going to miss some, but what I've got gives me some really nice ones over the course of the day. I am going to miss some. I see people posting, you know, I'm talking as if you were talking to yourself, you know, and you see somebody posting something, you say, man, why didn't I see that one? Less is more. Absolutely. I'm not kidding. I don't want to bore people to death, but in 2010, when I started with Trade Ideas, just as a subscriber, just like you guys, I think I may, without an exaggeration, I may have had 30. You know, I don't even know if topless were around in those days, but I think I probably had about 30 windows. All little guys, you know, firing left and right, click, 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 all day long, getting nothing done. So, my advice, probably have about 3 alert windows, maybe a couple of top list windows, and, you know, and some charts. Especially if you're starting out with Trade Ideas. Do not overwhelm yourself. I think that's the biggest problem. When people say they find Trade Ideas overwhelming, That's the reason. It's because they're trying to accomplish. They think that they cannot miss anything. If they and so or they don't want to miss anything. So yeah, it gets too overwhelming. And there's Ori with his 100 users, or Windows. Sorry guys, I'm chewing on a candy if that's what you're hearing in the background. Okay guys, here is that CFVI. I mentioned it. This could get it rolling now. Excellent. Okay, so excuse me guys, let me finish this candy. Okay, so Todd, if you have the time, I don't know if you missed this, but on Friday afternoon, you'll have access to the program at about 4:20. That's all times are Eastern, okay? Now, if you can if you can handle the time, Chris Varley will be in our YouTube room. He's there Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30, okay? But he's going to have an extended stay Friday, trying to help people, maybe set up the whole bit, especially those who are taking the test drive. He's also going to be there, I want to say Saturday morning and even Sunday. Okay, so I would definitely, if you can afford the time, I would definitely try to show up there, and you can ask him questions. I think it'd be well worth it. Yeah, I mean, Real, I think, put a fib out there at 19 something for top TUP. Yeah, so here is the YouTube link, Todd, okay? So what happens in this room, this is, excuse me, this is the format Monday to Friday. This is nothing special in terms of, I'm not doing this because the test drive is coming up. This is the way it is. Between 8 a.m. and 3:30, okay, Eastern time, of course. But I usually, I take a break at 3. I get off the mic at 3. I keep the room open till 3:30. And then Chris takes over, not in this room, but in our YouTube room, between 3:30 and 4:30 every day. But again, extended on Friday and over the weekend. So, long-winded. I just wanted to say all that because at 3:30 you can head over to the YouTube room. I'm just putting the link in now. I sense the end of DCFC today, guys. A big topping tail. What is this called again? Tritium. Yeah, that big topping tail right here. I mean, that looked like it could have kept moving higher, but I think the end is near for the today anyway. Tomorrow, hey, never know. Now, the good thing about the BKKT, take a look at the BKKT. These bottoming tails and topping tails can be really great clues, okay, if you're new to trading. So check it out here. You can better bigger. See these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart? Excuse me. So what does that mean? That means at one point this BKKT was down to 735. The buyers took over and at least closed it up here at 753. The sellers tried again to knock it down and they had it down to 740. The buyers took it up and closed it at 760. At some point, somebody's going to give up. All right, buyers and sellers is always this constant tug of war. Now, granted, there are some topping tails here too. That's why it's a little, it's certainly not. It's not clear which direction it's going because of these topping tails too. Because again, the buyers try to get it up here, but the sellers keep knocking it down. So at some point, somebody's going to give up and say, okay, you can have this for a while anyway. But they can be great clues, especially if you saw something, something like this that did not have the topping tails. It just kept closing up here, no topping tails, but a lot of bottoming tails. Again, eventually the sellers just say, okay, the heck with it. You can have it for a while. And then, then the buyers run with it. Oh, Fox A's probably been running all day, right? Or did it finally drop? No. Yeah, it's been running all day. I know. Earnings play. Yeah, that sounds like the classic orphan drug. Not too many people out there with it, with that particular disorder. It might drop, but it's still pretty strong. I mean, I know, I see what you're looking at here, but it is still pretty strong. I mean, it had that one pullback from 43.50 down to, so I had about $1 pullback here, but it's still pretty strong. I don't see like a big sell signal yet, and it may not happen. It may just be one of these ones that just continues. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 43.58, so it is a little bit above that high. Then after that, it's way over here, up at 40, almost 45. So it still looks pretty strong to me. The volume is still, decent. It hasn't completely tailed off. But don't let me stop you if you want to short it. Yeah, they're usually, sometimes they show up on our charts and not on others. And I just call them outliers. Yeah, unless you see them on other charting programs, I would just disregard them. Not really. TRD, you just have to take a look at the lessons that Michael put together, the video series, starting off with what is a chart. Okay? Listen, trading isn't easy. It requires a lot of patience and practice and, chart reading and all. It's not easy. But I don't know if you've looked at the video series, and then after that, it's just, practice. Practice in the simulator first before you commit money to the market. You can't, listen, you can't make, I'm not just talking to you, TRD. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you connect your account, okay? You can't make money in the simulator. Now, making money in the simulator is no guarantee that once you start trading live that you'll make money. But I can almost guarantee if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about it. So I don't know again if you've looked at that series that Michael put together. In the education section. Oops. In the education section, and then go all the way down to back to basics. And it talks about candlestick support, resistance, trends, etc. So there's no shortcut. There's no shortcut. Whoa, 3 o'clock. That definitely crept up on me. Okay, guys, so to get my announcement in. So I'll be putting myself on mute. I will hop on the mic if I have to, if there is a question that requires my being on the mic. Okay, guys, on mute now.
Alrighty. Not sure what the hang up was there, but I think I've got control now. All right. Yep. Audio's good. Video's good. All right. Perfect. All right, everybody. Late day Q&A here for trade ideas. Live Q&A, open forum, and all that stuff like we normally do. And you all come with your questions, and hopefully I have some answers for you. So another interesting day from my races today. I did not, for those of you that were here yesterday, and we were doing the symbols list with the strength alerts. I didn't get to run that as a race today. I just ran the other ones that we were talking about yesterday and that I shared. But still some good things. So you're talking skills again. Well, let's take a look. SKLZ. What did that do today? Did it make a pop for you? Very cool. Yep. Very nice. Yeah, well, we talked about that low risk reward entry right there. Very low risk. There's not much far to fall, but a lot of room up. So very nice. Doing it on kind of normal volume, which makes it even nicer. And especially the market's mostly been sideways today after that gap up, so it's got a small gap up and continues. So very, very excellent there. And HIVE said, I suspect going to look similar. Yeah, grinding along today. And again, another really low risk entry. I think the skills chart has a little more reward to it than this does. This looks like it could fight a little more in these areas up that way. Yeah, I wish we had that insider detail that we used to have. It's not the same. Oh, no worries, Barry. You've got a million and one things going on. I was typing emails anyway, so it worked out. Happy accident. So, did any of you have any interesting races going on today? Any questions about anything here? So let's see. So some things that I found on my races today. So this has been here all day. DCFC. Now I took a trade in it yesterday off that after that first halt, but it was in and out, and that was it. I didn't mess with it today, but I feel like a little bit of a missed opportunity here. It looks strong and but not really in my wheelhouse of trading, as I've discussed many times. But we'll see. This here was my real missed opportunity. I was watching this all day long coming in on races, and oh, I keep forgetting. Let me blow my screen up for you all. Make this a little better here. There we go. That's going to look nicer. Let's give it a second to resize for me. And let's get that chart up a little bit. There we go. That's nicer looking. So this was coming in actually, it came in here on my races because it had qualified on the volume metrics, but it was only like 175,000 shares traded, and I was like, I just can't really get interested in that for a day trade. It's not. And then I got involved in some other things, and then this happened because I took my eye off that ball. And my big mistake is I talk about using those price alerts. I should have set a price alert just to keep an eye. And this thing went on to rip, and it's again not a bad risk to reward entry on this stock here. You look at something like this, you know, we're sitting here just above 12 bucks. Even if I catch it here and I put a, let's say an 11.99 or 11.98 stop here or something like that, use a whole number stop, a great risk to reward. And what, the other thing to show off here is what I mean by the great risk to reward is I'm share sizing like that down here. I've got nothing but green sky up above, lifetime high, 1279. There's no limit to where the stock can go. That doesn't mean it's going to 100, but there's nothing above it. So, you win some, lose some. My win today, I did a ADGI here. You can see, I don't know why it doesn't show my original buy orders, but this showed up and I took it just under 10 bucks. And you can see I was selling it all the way up, and then I'd had enough, and that was the end of it. This actually wasn't my last sell order. My last sell order was back down here. I was holding, a tiny bit to see if I could get that real big push because of this beautiful curl that was happening on this chart here. And I said, well, it's possible. Maybe it gets to that 16 level. Who knows? So I held a tiny bit, but I also I had a stop in there, a mental trailing stop, and so I stuck that in there. I had to get away from the computer for a moment. I put a stop of, I think, 11.55 or something like that. It came back down, stopped me out of the rest of my position, but worked out well. It was a nice trade. So definitely, definitely some good stuff coming out of these races for me. I've had more success day trading in the last 2 days than I've had in the last 2 months. I think that's accurate. So anything you'd like to discuss out there, or you're thinking about talking, something we can go over? SDIG, this was one that I was looking at about 2 o'clock. I caught it somewhere in here on one of the races. And I just didn't know with that sitting above it if it was worth it. It had a little pop for a couple of minutes there. But I don't feel like that was a missed opportunity. That's just it wasn't providing me a good risk reward entry. We're coming from all the way down here after that move. I guess I could have used the bottom of that candle, but again, kind of feeling my way into day trading again a little bit versus swing trading. It just wasn't there for me. So we can still see stuff, really moving though. The CPSS still on a 1 minute change here, still moving up again. BKKT, oh, this one's shifting down on us now. It's been pretty strong for a while here. Piton, yeah, a lot of rumors around Piton. Oops, Piton. Kind of just sitting here. Now it's got this kind of curl look on the 15-minute chart here. Trying to curl up. If it can pop above that, you might have a little room back to that 40 level. I'm going to need to be nimble on that though. So you said flagging look on some lower time frames on that. What are we looking at again? SDIG. I would say, if it can pop and take that level, then I think it takes a shot at 13 again. If, that's a big if. It's got to get that level and hold it, not just touch it, not just bang its head into it. Otherwise, I think it's easy to do that. And here's why when you stick to a plan. Yesterday I traded SOPA, SOPA, and at the end, anybody that was here, they saw me close out for a loser the last of the trade here. It was a good trade overall, worked out. I got a piece of that move up, not all of it. And I took another shot here on it, thinking I was gonna do all right, and it did that, and then came down, just ran sideways, and I killed it. In the last minute or two of the day. It was a day trade. I had to stop. My stop was down here. It never took that stop out, but it was a day trade. And I closed it, and the reason I closed it is because that can happen the next day. And that would have been very unpleasant with my share size to have had that happen. So how important it is to have a trading plan and to stick to it and not deviate from that plan. Super, super, super important. Oh, Sopa dropped an offering. See, I don't even look at the news. I had no idea. I just figured, it went back from whence it came. It started here, gapped up, made that move, and it went right back to where it came from. That's especially with lower price stocks. That is always my, I don't want to use the word assumption, but I'm going to. That's always my assumption that where it started from is where it's generally heading. So So, Peter, volume percent today is very similar to our relative volume, but instead of working on a ratio where, the relative volume 1 means, it's doing kind of normal on the ratio, 2 means 2 times its ratio over 10 days, volume percent works in that same 10-day range, but volume percent does percent just like it says. So a 100 on the volume percent is normal, 200 would be 2 times, 300 would be 3 times. Also, the way volume percent works versus relative volume. If you see a relative volume, so here on my single stock window, we see a relative volume of 1.16. That means if we finish out the rest of the day, just as we're doing today, we'll do 0.16 higher than what it's been doing over the time. Where the volume today percent is saying we have done this much volume today in comparison to the rest. This is saying we've done this much today, and if we keep it up, we'll continue this way that much. Where volume percent, it's just that's it. This is how much we've done. It can continue to go up, but we can't take back what we've done. Where if the volume all of a sudden drops out from under this, our relative volume can make a play down on that ratio. So that's the real difference there. Once a volume percent is at that number, it can't go backwards. It can't undo the volume it's done. So I hesitate when I say that because I don't want people to think that relative volume's a predictor. But in a sense, it's saying if we continue at this rate for the rest of the day, this is where we're headed. Where volume percent says we have done this rate to this point. This is where we're at. So those are your differences. Hopefully that makes sense. Todd, you won't be able to do anything till after market close on Friday. So you'll get, 10 full trading days plus the weekends involved too. So you'll go live. The actual time you can probably log in on Friday is at 4:20 p.m. Eastern. And then you'll have me here. I'm doing extra on Friday. I'm going to be here Saturday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning doing a live stream right here. And on Sunday morning at 9 or 9:30, I can't remember in the morning, I'm also doing a live stream. So you can come, ask questions, get help on things through the weekend to get set up to get you rocking and rolling for Monday. There's no way for us to access someone to the software without the data the way it works. And we can't go live with data early. We have rules by the exchanges that we have to follow based on when we can turn people on and off for these kinds of events. So unfortunately, no shortcut in a couple days ahead of time, Todd. I'm sorry. But Friday, the script time to turn everybody on is supposed to be 4:20 p.m. Eastern. But I'll say, there's a lot of people that are getting turned on, so the script might do it in batches starting at 4:20. So I'll say in between 4:20 and 4:40, you should be able to log in full post market data and all the history and all that will be there. All right, I'm glad that makes sense, Peter. Perfect. Glad that makes sense. Also, as a tip or a trick, I know a lot of people want relative volume in the pre-market, and our relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market. In fact, if you use it in the pre-market, your scan will be blocked. But use the volume percent instead as a substitute. It works, basically the same way, and it gives you that workaround. What do I think of NWL? NWL. All right, well, we had a downward channel here that I see right away that it broke. And then it tried to jump back in this kind of downward channel here, and it's broke it again. So I feel like there's a trend change trying to happen here. I think that $20 level was huge, goes way back to here. All right. And if this can kind of build on what it's done now, you've got here and here building off of that kind of trend change that's right there. What 420 mil in the float, give or take. Shorts are moving out, so you don't have a big short float there. And I think that's going to be a big deal right there, obviously. So I think, as I always say, gun to my head, what would I do if someone made me manage some money on this? I think you got a pretty good defined risk reward here. Now, I don't know what you'll like on the reward side or where you want to pick on the reward side, but I would say right off of what we're in, I would say this box here that I'm kind of drawing is a good risk, good risk area right there, and risk area I'm looking at. I wouldn't come all the way down to here because I feel like if it touches down to there, that's a little bit too much risk, at least for my appetite in general. Now you ask yourself though, is the reward here or beyond there? So you kind of set that up like that. So you're looking at from here to here versus to there. You're almost even a little more risk than a little more reward. But up here, now your reward starts to look a little better. And so that's how I'm looking at it personally. If I, again, gun to my head and I'm forced to make a decision there, I have a feeling that if it gets going, we can see right here from its past, it's made some nice moves, in these channels afterwards. Nice move up and a pullback, and a nice move up and a pullback, and then you got, I won't call it capitulation, but another nice move before whatever happened. These sellers just got a hold of it through here. So I don't see why that can't happen either. The potential's certainly there, and knowing how you want to define those risk levels like that, that's where I'd throw that out there, Michael Anthony. So Blue Moon, High New Trader, New Trade Ideas. Do you have anything that calculates and scans for stocks approaching main levels of resistance? All we really have right now is this here. If we come to a configure, so first off, welcome, Blue Moon Trading. And the main thing we have right now is this. Everything in Trade Ideas is right click, just in case. For anybody that's new or kicking the tires or anything, you can find literally anything in Trade Ideas by right clicking and looking at your options that are in there. So on a scan, an alert window or top list, right click configure, and you can come, here's your configure window, and you come to search and you can see everything we offer for data points, filters, and alerts. And we have these distance from R1 and R2, distance from a pivot percent here, and distance from S1 and S2, and you could use these and add these and then give them value. So if we were to click this and I can add the filter and I can give it a minimum and maximum value saying how far I want to see stocks from that pivot to the upside or downside. And if you're like, well, all right, sure, but what does that all mean? Totally understandable. So if we come back to that search and I press, I've got this highlighted and I press help, it's going to bring me to this page here and give me a description of what those filters are specifically looking for in these, here. So here's your, support and resistance levels, and to find how to use them and find them in the filters and things like that. I know there are, these other longer term filters and things like that that people are looking for. We have some custom ways to do some of these things. It's some very, very, very advanced stuff. I don't do a whole lot of work in customs. But as you get a hold of the hang of the software, Blue Moon Trading, we can help get you some things like I think as a Camarilla pivots or something like that is one of the popular ones. Forgive me, the name is eluding me. I know it from seeing tickets coming in. We have a way to be able to do that based on some math that we took from interactive brokers for doing those with custom formulas. So we can help you get that in and show you some stuff like that as well. Blue Moon Trading, and if you want to know more about that, give us an email here, info@trade-ideas.com. And whenever I mention customs, I always like to be very, very, very specific to the fact that our custom formula building is not a code compiler, meaning if we do not have that data in our system, you can't make it. So for example, we have no EMAs for data as far as scanning goes. We can put an EMA on a chart, completely different data sets the way that works for the servers. So you can't make an EMA filter. But if you're trying to reference and build things within the the code compiler, we have short codes that you can access that exist within the system, and you can code compile like that. So hopefully that makes some sense. That's what we have right there. I don't have a specific scan for those pivot levels, Blue Moon Trading. We could, mess around with that. We can go and we can go new and alert window. And now I've never ever in my entire life of trade ideas really used those pivot levels. Whoops, sorry, I got to pay attention to something here. Market's closing and a stock I own is reporting earnings tomorrow. Give me one moment here. I got to put a sell order in. I don't want to hold this overnight. So I couldn't get my target hit, and so I had to kill it. Okay, so that's that. All right, back to what we were doing here with Blue Moon Trading. If anybody else has questions, of course, please answer those. But I'm going to work with him for a moment here and just show some examples of what we can do. I don't know what the scan results will be, but we can always fine tune some things. You don't have to address it to a specific person, Blue Moon. Just say, I'm wondering about different pivots that can be offered through custom formulas. Mention the Camilla pivots or Camarilla pivots, what are they called? Like I said, I know we can do those. There's a couple of people that I work with. They work in support, but a different area of support than I do, and I can get together with them or make mention of it, and we can get you help like that. So, all right, so back to this here that we can mess with this because, perhaps what's already built into the software naturally is something that you may like. So when we come in and we build an alert window, one of the things we have to do is decide on what's the alert or the event. So we have filters and alerts. The alert is an event. So an event is a new high, a new low, a new ask high, this check mark, inverted check mark, percent up for the day, standard deviation breakdown. These are all events. Then we have what we call filters. If we come down a bit further, filters are these where you see two icons together like this, and you give them values. A price range is a filter, a 5-day range is a filter. position in 20-day range, for example, an RSI range, so on and so forth. Those are filters, and those will get values later. So, you can decide whether you want to go with the alert first, that you want to be the catalyst. So the alert or the event has to happen at the same time that the filters are satisfied. So the alert that I use the most these days is this crossed above resistance. If you don't put in hours of trading in here for this, when you add it, so if we were to go here and I go crossed, let's do this all together. I don't want to skip any steps. So cross above resistance. All right, this is the one that I'm looking for right here. If I add that, all right, even though it's already in the scan, if I click add, it will bring me here to the selected alerts, and then I'd make sure check marks in there that I'm using that. If I put hours of trading, it will try to look back X amount of hours to find where the stock price is kind of hanging around a long time. There's an algorithm built in there. If I don't put anything in there for hours of trading, it's just going to look back, and the first area it comes across where it seems like the price is gravitating to, that's what it will pick for that crossed above resistance level of the price to trigger, okay? And then we come and we start to add our filters to any scan, okay? Odds are when you load an alert window, it's going to have a default for things that are in here. Just delete those, and you can always set up an alert window to be the default window when you load a new alert window. What I mean by that is you can set up a window kind of blank like, and then you can save it as your default. In order to do that, so let's just say I set this up the way I wanted it. So every time I load an alert window, this is what it looks like. I would click OK. And I can give it a name, so I call mine new alert windows what I've done, all right? And we're going to circle back to what I was originally doing here. And if you right click and you go to save as default, every time you start a new alert window, that's how it will start. And you can do the same thing with top list. So if we come back to the configure though, we're building this window together, and we're going to start with the pivot points. All right, let's just, for example, go with distance from support 2, okay? And we're going to add that filter, okay? And then again, we say, geez, what does this mean again? We can right click even. Right click on the icon, and we can go to that help. And we can bring this over so we can see how this filter works again. And again, so to find stocks near their pivot point, set the minimum pivot to, minus 25 and the max to 25. And these stocks will be right in the middle of where they traded yesterday. And to find stocks above that resistance line, set the minimum to 0. So we've got some guidelines here on things to work with. So let's say I want to find stuff that's hanging right around that pivot level, just like it had said here, all right? I'm going to go and I'm going to put that minus 0.25 and that 0.25 right here, all right? And we can even look here in the show me function, and it's going to say show me stocks where the price is no more than 0.25% above this pivot line. Also show me stocks where the price is no more than 0.25% below the pivot line, and show me stocks where the price is right at that pivot line, all right? So now we have the beginning of the scan. We need this event to happen, this crossed above resistance. What are the algorithms going to decide on that look back period without an hours of trading there? And we need this to be satisfied. Now we need a price range. I'm just going to, for this exercise's sake, let's go with $8 to $100, all right? And let's try to make sure we got something kind of liquid. So the number, now this is semi-arbitrary, and I'm going to make this scan Blue Moon, then I'm going to save it and share it to the cloud with you, and you can go in and adjust anything you don't like in here, or add something you want, or take away something you don't like. So for this, I've been using 125,000 shares minimum, so that's kind of my arbitrary line to make sure there's something liquid enough that I'm interested in, all right? And I want to see something that's got some interest in it, so I'm going to put a relative volume of 2, and I'm going to go back and explain a little more of each of these filters afterwards. So what I've now done is I've told this scan to look for stocks in between $8 and $100. They have to have traded at least 125,000 shares today. Relative volume's got to be 2. Well, that's great, but what does relative volume mean? This is what relative volume means. Relative volume for us is a 10-day average in a ratio, okay? That's our look back period, is 10 days. So I'm saying that the stock has to be doing 2 times what it's normally doing over the last 10 days to get a trigger on this as well. And then we have our pivot that we just discussed there. And the last part of the scan so far anyways is it's got to cross that resistance that algo's decided. A lot of people like new high on the day. That's what new high. If I check new high and I don't put anything in this box, it means it's got to be making a new high on the day. But the idea here is we're working with pivot lines. So I don't want to have to wait for a new high to happen. What if I was looking at stuff that had pulled back to S2, and now it's not going to trigger unless it makes a new high, but the new high might be 50 cents from S2, and I'm looking for that pullback play is what I might be trying to do here, or maybe I'm looking for a breakdown play even. So I don't want new high for that. New high is great if I'm looking for stuff breaking out to that new high. Right here, I did think because we're using support 2, a pullback to that support 2 more or less. That's where I think the new high doesn't work, and so there's a lot of alerts that you can go through too on this. I just happen to like that one. Let me broaden this up a little bit. These different pullbacks here, and again, you can either right click, if it'll work for me here. I don't know why it's giving me a hard time. Interesting. There we go. Select it and right click. So select it and either right click and help, or select it and help's right down here. 2 ways to get to the help, and you can get a different definition for each one of these. All right, and there's a lot of different things in here. We've got range breaks. If you want, unusually strong volume, and you can put a ratio in that, and just a general rule of thumb. Anything that has volume related to it, if it doesn't tell you a look back period, it's a 10-day look back period. So high relative volume alert, look back period's 10-day. 1 minute volume spike, look back 10 days. Look back 10 days. All right. Versus if we did, let's go average. Here we go. This is very clear. Average volume over 5 days, 10 days, 3 months. Very clear on those. So also, I'll just throw this out there on this help page here. So I'm just going to bring this help page up again. Stephanie, who did our whole user guide, that's an unbelievable user guide that she built. She is working on redoing this as well. I've been trying to help her. I'll be honest, I just have not been able to help her as much as I like, but she is really the spearhead of this, redoing all these explanations, and she's going to put the short filter codes in here for those that like customs, some more examples of exactly how these filters work. She'll leave no detail out, I can promise you that, and she updates and edits and redoes these all the time to adjust as the software moves up as well. So, if you come across a definition that you're having trouble with here, even sometimes I do when I look up the definitions, give us an email at that info@trade-ideas.com. Say, hey, look, I'm looking at the definition on the help page, but I'm looking for a little more clarity on this. If you can help me out with that, and we'll get you whatever you need to know there. I'm glad that's helping, Blue Moon. That's one of the big reasons I started doing these late days here to help with these kinds of things. So back to our scan build. I'm going to kind of keep it simple here. I think I'm just going to work with these items that are in here. We'll go with summary. So if we're in the window specific filter and we press OK now, we're like, okay, we got what we want. It'll bring you to the summary, and the summary will tell you the alert is crossed above resistance. Here's your price range, what your filters are all doing, all right? And then we can name the window here, and we'll name this, what are we going to name it? I guess S2 crossing resistance. All right, we'll press OK. We've got our scan. Now, Blue Moon, if you're not familiar, we have what we can save and share scans to the cloud. So if I right-click this and I go save or share to cloud, and I click save and share, this URL is going to come up here. I can right-click that URL, copy it, and now I'm pasting it into the chat and sent it to you. All right. All you have to do is click on that here. That URL that's going on, that's right there. If you click on that URL that I just shared, it'll bring you to a page just like this, okay? And if you copy, highlight, copy, all right, that up there in that web page, and it even tells you here, window count 1, there's your alert window, there's the name of it. There's no description to it. So we've copied that. And if we go to, File, Load from Cloud, that URL is actually preloaded for us. In the event it's not, just paste it into here. That's all you have to do. And click Load, and boom, there's that scan for you. And anything you don't like, or you want to add, or you want to change, right click, configure. You can come right into here and change anything you like in there. You can even do, this is what I do often with scans that I'm messing around with. I'll run the original one to see what it's doing. Then I'll have a duplicate, and I'll make some changes in the duplicate. And at the end of the day, I'll compare all the alerts that came through them. Just, something that I personally do. Now for this, let's take a look. Let's look at today and see what came through this. So not a ton of alerts, workable. All right, let's get rid of this so we can look at some charts and see how these alerts might have looked. All right. So here's early in the day. So that just made its move and kind of hung out there. Yeah, just kind of a breakdown for the rest of the day. All right, we looked at those two LBRT. So got it at 1090. It was all right after that. Not too shabby of an alert. We looked at any WR already, VR. This is a new one. So not too shabby off that. 2376. Made a really nice run off of that. Gap down in reverse. Very nice alert, actually. AVYA, and anybody that's in the live stream is welcome to that scan. Go ahead and click that. This one not so good. 1430 fell apart after that. TCS, that's a container store, right? So $8, not too shabby off that. An 801 alert, nice grind up and a reverse on the day on that. So, all right, we're seeing some stuff that's actionable, but it's 1 day's worth of data. We have no idea what this will look like. You can also go back, you can right click and go history, and you can go time frame, and you can go back to different days. The one thing with history is this: each alert window can only hold 1,000 items in it, and there's no way to turn off repeats on the history. So, you have to go in time blocks to see sometimes all the data that you want to see. Not, I guess, the most ideal thing, but unfortunately that's what we got. If you come across, for example, let's say you did today, and then it says up here, it might say sometimes more available. Here, we can do it like this. Watch history, and we can go all. All right. Now watch what happens when it says all. It's going to say more available up here in a second as it loads. It'll find 1,000 alerts going back, assuming there's 1,000 alerts over the last 60 plus days. All right, so see how it says more available here? If we right click and come back into history, we can go more, and it'll shoot back in more time to get the next block going back in time. So now it goes back. So we saw before it started at 4:30 today. Now it pushed it all the way back to 12:30 today. And it's going to finish, say, loading, and it'll probably say more available again, right? So now watch, we're at 12:34 here, and if we go history and more available, now we've gone back another chunk. Now we're back to the all the way back into January here, 24th of January on the history, and going back, and there's probably 1,000 more alerts that are in here going all the way back. And so that's how, different things when you're playing with these scans to see what they've been showing you and what they're doing. Which companies report earnings? I know Disney. We can make a scan real quick to find out. So we'll go new, top list. All right, Windows specific filters. Hide unused, search. All right, let's go earnings. Earnings date. We're going to add that filter. 0.75 and 0.75. That'll just show us stuff reporting right now. All right, let's not look at any garbage companies. Let's throw $5 in there for a minimum price. All right, here's every company reporting. Let me just make sure, because this can only hold 100, so I'll put 500 here now. All right, yeah, that's all the companies that are reporting over $5 today, according to our data provider. So you've got Twilio, Nautilus, CleanSpark, sorry, Uber, Mattel, Disney. Who's FLNC? Interesting. Bluebird, haven't seen that one in a while. Sonos is reporting today. So we've got all that right here for you on those earnings. So hopefully, Blue Moon, I think you got something out of that and something to work around. And like I said, I know there's some stuff, at least with the Camarilla pivots, that we can do. We can get you, we can get a custom going for that for you with that email if that's something specific you're into. I won't say we can or cannot do other customs as far as pivots go. If you have something specific in mind, put it in that email, and it'll most likely be Stephanie who answers that email, and she'll be able to best answer that for you. Ooh, Vet, what are you doing? Still have a position in Vet from last week. No, just a nonsense sale right there. Okay. So I'm still pretty bullish on energy. And what did you say? What were we looking for? What did you say? Nautilus, right? Did they report yet? I don't know if they reported. Let me pull up IB. Missed. Here we go. I'll pull up the news from IB. Seeking Alpha. This is all they've got. So their revenue misses and their EPS beats. That's all that I have right now. Yep, that's all we got right now. So the company told fiscal 22 to be between 260 280 million, increased 31 to 41 versus the same period. And 2020 decline versus previous guidance is driven by lower demand in international and increased potential activity in the U.S. and Canada in this fiscal year's fitness season. So that's what we got for Nautilus there, Michael Anthony. Interesting stuff. So, Nautilus, no, they didn't have a loss. They came in under estimates for the consensus of revenues, but they beat on their EPS. I I'll be honest, I don't know what any of that means. It's all a bunch of gibberish to me. I just and it's also non-GAAP, so it's not even verified accounting. So they can really say whatever they want, and these analysts can put up whatever estimates they want, and it's just I don't know. I'll if something's interesting, I'll trade the earnings the next day. You're very welcome, Blue Moon. Happy to do that. This is what I like. This is the stuff that I really like to do in Trade Ideas Education here. So, nah, Peter, it won't mess with pizza night. I rearranged some things for pizza night on Friday. So, for those of you that don't know, if you haven't heard, there's supposed to be an email going out. I'm not sure if it's gone out or not yet. But Friday, our test drivers go live shortly after market close. So Friday, I will be doing my normal 3:30 to 4:30 support session here like this. I'm not going to close the stream on Friday, though, but I will kind of be taking a break from 4:30 to in between 6 and 6:30. These are Eastern times in the evening. If there's questions that come into the panel, like how Barry usually puts something up on mute, but ask a question and I'll unmute. I'll put something up that says that, and if questions come in, I'll specifically address those questions in that time. And then at about 6:30, I'll get rolling with the full, come back full on the mic and everything like that. For as long as people are here interacting in a reasonable way, you don't have to be a test driver to participate in it. It's open to anybody that just wants to get some trade ideas time in, asking questions. Then Saturday morning, 8 Eastern, I'll start a live stream again, just like this. Saturday morning, same idea. And again, I'm doing it to help test drivers, but everybody's welcome to it. And then Sunday morning, I'm also doing, I can't remember if it's 9 or 9:30, I have to double check. But you can check around 9 o'clock Eastern. If it isn't 9 Eastern, I'll be there at 9:30 in the morning on Sunday morning. I was going to do Sunday night, but I forgot that it was Super Bowl, and so there's no point in me doing Sunday night. Then next week, I will do all my normal 3:30 Eastern support sessions for everybody, whether you're a Trade Idea subscriber on the test drive. If questions are rolling in and we're staying busy and we're keeping engaged and on topic of trade ideas mostly, I will stay extra time every single day next week, Monday through Friday, to help get those questions answered. I'll help build a scan right on screen just like that. And whenever I say I'll help build a scan, what I mean is I'll help get you a template together, what you're looking for. Refining it, optimizing it, backtesting, I'll leave that responsibility to you. But I'll certainly point you in a good direction. We'll get you a template built. We'll share it to the cloud. We'll save and share it to the cloud and let you go from there, and take it to the next level or the next steps that you want to take it. So I'll do that all next week as well. I want to, one of the biggest things when people take the test drive and then they end up not taking a subscription, at least for a month afterwards, is they felt kind of alone in the test drive. And, I think we have a lot of support here that's live. Are there things we could do better? Always, certainly. So this is, my way of trying to help do a little better for live support during those test drives and see if I can't help everybody really see the value that I personally have gotten out of the software. Not everybody will get that same value. I understand that. We're all individuals. We're all different. We all see things different. We all trade different. We all have different experience levels, so on and so forth. But just try to do my part to really get everybody their money's worth out of all this, because after all, that's what we're doing here. Everything is about trying to earn a better living for ourselves and the people around us. So, all right, let's get rid of that. Let's see. Let's see if any of these guys reported here. So, all right, that's what Twillo's got. I'll leave this up here, and we can kind of peruse through some earnings unless some other questions are coming in. And I'll put up some of these, see if there's anything really here. For those that are interested. So Bitcoin mining with CLSK and some stuff like that. Let's see, Mattel. We can see some of these are spiking. So it looks like another solid earnings season that we've got again. We've had, our losers like Facebook. But, Facebook, I think, is failing to understand what they need to do to innovate and keep users and bring in new users. And, so they suffer the consequences. And we'll continue to do so. Disney, what does Disney look like? Disney's flying real high. Look at that. Disney really gapped up. Mike C., an inside story of trade ideas here. We don't have a phone line to any of us except a few of the girls in billing. Secret be told is I do have a secret phone line for real big emergency cases. I'm the only person in support, but you can't just get to me directly. There's some steps to get to me. However, this only happened after I decided that I would use my personal phone line to help someone a couple of times, and then these people they saved my number and started calling me, so I had to block the numbers, and I couldn't do that anymore. And so I was asked if I'd be willing to, for special emergency cases, take on a phone line, and I have done so. But it's got to be real emergency. Facebook was up bigly today. Let's take a look. What'd you do, Facebook? All right, so You know, just remember, your biggest bull moves are in bear markets. Yes, that is correct, Mike C. So, I mean, Facebook, I mean, that's a bad chart. There might be a bounce to play, but not something I'm chasing after. So sorry, I just was trapped in a thought here. Facebook was already showing a lot of weakness. That was down here like this, that big move. All right. They say that your biggest up moves can be in bear markets. So Facebook's in bear market, obviously for a stock. It's a bear market stock at the moment, and so you can see these big rips up, and then the rug pull afterwards to get you. So it's a big gap fill that can happen right there. Can or can't happen. We'll see what happens. Um, um, I don't know that I'm better on charts or not. I look at a lot of charts. I guess, as the saying goes, the more time you put into something, the better you get at it in general. Um, Look, when I first started with Trade Ideas as a subscriber, not as an employee, I was going through probably a few thousand charts a week, just looking at charts, drawing lines on them, trying to understand what moving averages meant, pivot lines, all these things like that. Now I probably go through several hundred charts a week. I don't go through quite as many. I like to look at patterns, and I watch so many videos on charts, and now I'm uh, taking the CMT courses, so it's even opening me up to a whole new level of stuff. So. Um, All right, we got 428 here and change. I'm gonna begin my walkout speech here. Got to run today, and a pinch play is kind of when things are pinching between moving averages. Perfect circle. So you got your price actions getting pinched, and you can see it on different time frames with different moving averages. Yeah, kind of like that, kind of that contraction idea. Yep. So. I do this every day, 3:30. Anybody that's never been here before or curious what's going on, um, every day 3:30 Eastern I start this live stream Monday through Friday. Unless of course there's a market holiday. I'm not here on market holidays. Um, we do it as a live open forum, shooting back and forth like this. I'm never opposed to talking a chart. I do like when we're talking about scans and things like that and building them together. So that's kind of where my bread and butter to help everybody getting the most out of the software. This live stream here in this channel, Barry opens it every morning, I believe at 8 o'clock Eastern in the morning now. You get Barry till noon Eastern each day, 12 o'clock Eastern each day. Different trader takes over for about an hour, so you get different traders, different perspective, different thoughts, different scans, all those things like that. 1 o'clock Eastern, Barry takes over right up until I come back in here at 3:30 Eastern each day. So I really appreciate everybody that comes in here. Community, sense of community in here. You all make me better. So, and I hope that I'm providing something that's actionable and helping you all here as well. All right, everybody, you have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday evening. I'll catch you all back here tomorrow at 3:30 on what I like to call Friday Junior, and we'll do it all over again. All right, thanks, everybody. Take